Welcome to the 2025 National Individual Squash Championships put on by the College Squash Association. We're so glad you're here. I'm your host, Will Carlin. I'm also the chair of the College Squash Association, so I'm particularly pleased to be introducing these players today. Our first player, she's from Egypt. She's a sophomore playing #1 at Princeton University. Please welcome our #4 seed, Zaina Zain. Her opponent is from Malaysia. She's a sophomore at Cornell, where she plays #1. She's also our #1 overall seed. Please welcome Jin Ying Lee. I said it carefully. Zaina Zain is another great Egyptian squash player from Alexandria who's been ranked on the Pro Tour as high as number 54 in the world. She was a first-team All-America and All-Ivy, was Rookie of the Year last season. She was a member of the 2023 Egyptian Women's Junior Championship team that won the world title, and she was a quarterfinalist in the 2023 World Junior Individual Championships in Australia. In this tournament, she has yet to drop a game, beating Cara Linku from Trinity, Mariana Dardan from Stanford, and Sarah Ning from Harvard, who was last year's champion. Could you please give another hand for our #4 seed from Princeton, Zaina Zain. Jin Ying Yi is a Malaysian squash player who's been ranked on the Pro Tour as high as number 73 in the world. She had to sit out her freshman year due to a torn Achilles tendon that she suffered at the 2023 Ivy League scrimmages. She's made up for lost time with an 8-1 record this season, with her only loss being a 5-game match against Penn's Malik Kafagi just about 10 days ago. She opened this tournament with a 4-game victory over Drexel's Moa Bonamar, and then cruised past Penn's Sohelia Ismail in straight games, and defeated Yale's Hengwei Wang also in 3 games. Could you please give another hand for Cornell's #1 player and our #1 seed, Jin Ying Lee. The referee for this match is Hope Prokop.
Halftime.
Welcome to the CSA College Squash Individual Championships. We're here in the Ramsey Cup. It's the top women's flight. And we're here in the semi-final stage as well. I'm Chris Gordon, and joining me in the booth for this afternoon's matches, Denison Squash Standout, and the main presenter of the Bragman Breakdown, Jackson Bragman. Good afternoon, Jackson.
Good afternoon, Chris. What an awesome opportunity for these players to be here in New York, the Tournament of Champions.
And our video review official is Mike Riley.
The CSA calendar, Grand Central Station, one of the premier venues our game has to offer. What an awesome opportunity for these college players to play on this stage. Doesn't get any better than this, Chris, in the CSA Individual National Championship semifinals between Princeton #1, Zaina Zain, Cornell #1, Yi Ying, a pair of sophomores doing battle here this afternoon. Late morning, I should say.
Well, Yi Jin Ying on the right of your screen in the red. The Cornell #1. She's been as high as 73 in the PSA World Rankings. She overcame yesterday in the quarterfinals Yale's Wang Hengwei in 3 games. Pretty tightly contested.
Yeah,
3
she's
games.
had a great season, Chris. 8-1 on the year as Yi missed her freshman year for the Cornell Big Red. Up in Ithaca, New York, obviously, David Palmer, the Marine, the 4-time British Open champion. Probably one of the 10 great players of our game. The head coach at Cornell, and Yi recruited there out of Malaysia. Missed her freshman year due to an Achilles tear at the Ivy League scrimmages at the start of the year. And she's made up for lost time this year, an 8-1 record on the season. Her only loss coming at the hands of Malika Fagi in 5 games, who's obviously top 30 on the Pro Tour and chose to opt out of the individual national championships in favor of playing in the main TOC event this year. So we know how talented Malik is, and for Yi to take her to 5, it's an impressive result, and she's the #1 overall seed in the event.
Well, she'll be taking on Zaina Zain there from the University of Pennsylvania, who just exited the court. She was a member of the 2023 Egyptian Women's World Junior Championship team. She was a quarterfinalist in that individual event at the World Juniors. Well, she overcame yesterday Harvard's Sarah Nagim in the quarterfinals. Fairly comfortable 3 games, so a very
Play will begin in 30 seconds.
solid performance from Zaina Zain of Princeton.
Yeah, Chris, there you see David Palmer chopping it up with their player getting ready to go. Yeah, Zaina, former Egyptian national champion. She had an incredible rookie year for the Princeton Tigers,
15
the
seconds.
Ivy League Rookie of the Year last year, named to the first team All-America last year, and overcoming Saran Nagim in the quarterfinals, as you mentioned. Saran, the defending champion of this event, beat Marina Stefanoni in the finals last year. She actually beat Zaina in a 5-gamer in the semifinals of this event last year. So Zaina extracting some revenge in quick fashion. She is on a roll this event, hasn't dropped a game in the first 3 rounds.
Ramsey Cup
Well, there we
women's
have our
semifinal match.
central referee,
Zaina Zain of Princeton to serve.
Hope Prokop.
Zingying Yi of Cornell to receive. Best of 5 games, love all.
We're off here, Jackson. Tell you what,
Chris, been down at Open Squash in the financial district for the preliminary rounds of this event, and the quality has been so high over the weekend. Looking forward to seeing how these players handle things on the glass court today.
yeah, it's a bit of an
Hand
adjustment
out,
going
one love.
from Open Squash to this glass court. It must be said, though, Open Squash has that very nice all-blue glass court as well in their financial district facility. Certainly eases the adjustment for these players.
Yes, Let.
Yeah, 8 courts at Open Squash, 7 traditional, 1 glass.
One love.
All of the players partaking in today's semifinals did have an opportunity to play on the glass court yesterday. All of the quarterfinals played on the glass court, so that eases things a little bit, as you said, playing with the white ball, playing with the glass
Out.
court, but obviously nothing can prepare you for this stage at Grand Central Station, one of the
Hand
great
out.
venues that we have
One
on
all.
the PSA Tour and now on the CSA Tour as well.
Well, I think for all our viewers on Squash TV, it should be noted one of the, I'd say, peculiarities of the CSA college game is the tin is
Stroke to
the higher
Zain.
traditional 19-inch tin. It's not the
2-1.
17-inch tin that we're going to see later in the quarterfinals of the PSA's Tournament of Champions.
That's true, Chris.
It's just a bit of an interesting adjustment for these players because quite a few of these players have been fairly active on the PSA World Tour, so it just potentially changes the tactics ever so slightly.
No, totally, yeah. It's can't be quite as aggressive on the 19-inch tin, and as you said, all of the players partaking in today's matchup, none of them are playing at a top 20, top 30 level necessarily like Malika Fagi is per se, but these are all pro caliber players with bright futures on the PSA Tour should they elect to go that route. Reminds me of the individual finals a couple of years ago. Victor Kruin played Yusuf Ibrahim in the finals of that event. They were both ranked top 20 in the world. Yusuf was less than a week removed from a Windy City Open finals appearance where he battled hard but came up short against Paul Cole, I think it was.
3-1.
Playing on the 17-inch tin, then he comes back on the 19-inch tin and loses a 5-game thriller to Kruin. So it is tough to make that adjustment for these top ladies and top gentlemen.
Yeah, well, Zaina Zain has had some good form recently on the PSA World Tour. Back in December, she won the Northern Open in Manchester, England. Good result that, overcoming Asia Harris in the quarterfinals, a young up-and-comer in the England program.
It's a pretty boast there for me. That's one of her signature shots. Does like that slow working boast. 2 walls typically from the midcourt, working her opponent in front. That time it results in a winner. Maybe some nerves in the legs of Zayna Zain. She's going to look to get going here.
Stroke to Yi. She could not safely take a swing. 4-3 on the right.
A stroke and a half, isn't it, Chris?
Yeah, well, one of the other things that's a little bit unique about this scenario, Jackson, is there will be video review available to the players.
Ball was down.
So it will be interesting to see
Hand
at
out.
what point they get involved with the video referee. Very steady start to this match between Zayna Zain and Yi Jinying. Yeah, it's good angle there, though, from Zain. She's doing a good job of just not allowing the play to become too one-dimensional along the side walls.
It's a creative shot choice. She has phenomenal technique. She's such a fluid mover. I think one thing that she's added to her game as of late, one thing that was very evident watching her take on Serrano yesterday, was the added aggression and the added sense of creativity with her tactics and her shot selection. It's vastly improved from last season, and she's turned herself into, without question, one of the top players in the country. It's a beautiful drop shot.
6-4.
Yeah, it's aggressive here from Zain, taking the ball very early.
Such a clean striker of the ball, Zayna.
She's been really effective going into those front corners, Zayna Zain. She's creating tremendous amounts of space.
Yeah, and playing with margin, taking it in short to the front. Doesn't have to be an inch above the tin, but it's tight to the side wall and just forcing Yi to make some difficult movements in the early going here.
Right box.
Yeah, she got on that boast very early, Zain.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good use of the volley around the middle from Zain.
8-4.
Just moving Yi from corner to corner. The Egyptians starting to take control of this first game.
9-4.
It's aggressive. You feel like she's taking more balls on the volley, taking more balls on the half volley before they can get to the back wall, just like that.
Yes, let. 9-4.
Picked up the tempo of her base game, and it's done wonders for her.
Down.
Yeah, it's a bit
10-4. Game ball.
soft error there from Yi. It's a frustrated error. And it gives Zayna Zain 6 game balls to take this first game. Yeah, it's accurate.
11-4,
Accurate hitting there from
game
Zane.
to Zane.
Just hitting into
Zane
the open
leads
space.
1
So
game to love.
Zena Zane takes the first game in 8 minutes, 11-4.
Play will resume in 30 seconds.
See Gail Ramsey, the longest tenured coach in all of college squash for the Princeton Tiger women's team, talking through things with her
15
player Zena
seconds.
Zane.
Players, please
A
return
dominant
to
first
court.
game. The legendary David Palmer talking Yi Ying through some adjustments that she must make if she's to come through in this first semifinal of the day, Chris. Chris, if you're Dave Palmer in this situation, what do you think you would be saying
Zane leads
to
1 game
your
to
player
love.
to try to get her on
Love
track
all.
here?
Yeah, well, Yijin Ying, she just needs to find the targets in the back corners, get Zena Zane off that central tee position. Zane just in far too much control around the middle. She's dictating the pace of the play. We see there just how early she's taking the ball.
1 love.
Just down to too many balls for me, dropping around that service box area.
Mentioned Zena plays #1 for the Princeton Tigers up in Princeton, New Jersey. For Princeton Tigers, the national
Out.
runner-ups last year fell in the national title game
2 love.
at the hands of the Trinity Bantams, but are off to a 7-0 start as a team this year. And Princeton actually took on Cornell, who's a bit further down in the rankings, but he was able to come through
3
when
love.
she took on Zena in a tight 4-gamer. So Zena's going to look to bounce back here with a win.
Yeah, it's amazing, Jackson, just how much of a difference the results can be when they're in a team setting compared to when they're in an individual event format. Those team settings, it just kind of, there's certain players it really brings the best out of.
It's a beautiful drop shot, fading
4
into the
love.
sidewall at the top of the bounce. And, I mean, yeah, Chris, I think that the college atmosphere is one that is very cool, and had the opportunity to interview and talk to a lot of players and coaches who talked about how special that is. Even someone like Andrew Douglas, who played #1 at Penn for his 4 years there before having a pretty successful career on the Pro Tour. He's since decided to semi-hang things up, and he's going to law school this year at NYU. But Dougie talks about how he wished he could be an eternal college squash player, how he loved his time in college playing for Gary Lane. And he really favored that over
Yes,
his
Sled.
career on the Pro Tour. So it's really just a matter of preference, but I think most individuals who end up
4
playing
love.
college squash enjoy their experience. And it's produced some outstanding players, including our current men's #1 on the Pro Tour, Ali Farag, playing for at Harvard.
Well, it's been another very productive start to the second game from Zena Zane. Extremely positive around the middle. You can see Yijin Ying has tried to respond physically. She's tried to inject pace into her hitting. She's still not quite finding a way to really severely trouble Zena Zane, and that is a lovely finish from the Princeton Tiger.
Yeah,
5
he
love.
looks really unsettled, and as you mentioned, Chris, having a lot of trouble getting the ball to the back of the court. She's trying to add a little bit more pace, but I think that the right tactic might be adding some height on the front wall because, yeah, this glass court a lot more dead than what she was accustomed to at open squash yesterday. Zayna has figured it out right away. And is,
Thank you.
there's a double, but yeah, a lot of ease, length, bouncing in the service box, not carrying all the way. Zayna stepping into volley or take it quickly off the bounce and dominate the tee right now.
Well, for you, Jackson, this is a bit of an unique scenario. It's the first time we're having the individual championships in the middle of the year. Normally it takes place as the last event of the year after the team event in sort of the middle of March. How difficult is it for these players having to transfer between, you know, playing dual matches against other teams to play this individual event to next week go right into more team squash? I mean, I think even on Thursday or Friday, the day before this event started, Harvard took on Stanford women.
They did. Harvard took on Stanford at open squash on Friday in a dual match. Obviously, two of the top women's programs in the nation. Stanford no men's team, so only a women's match. But to answer your question, Chris, it's always tough transitioning between the individual and team events, but I actually think this is favorable to most of the players. I think they enjoy it being in the middle of the season. Obviously, the opportunity to play on this stage at Grand Central Station is awesome, but aside from that, I think that it's pretty tough having the individuals after the team event. Last season, Penn won the national championship on the men's side, Trinity on the women's side on a Sunday in March, and then next Friday, all of the same players that partook in the team nationals were right back at the Arlen Specter Center in Philadelphia playing the individuals. That's great width from Zayna, but I think that was a really tough transition for the players on the teams that won, because it's hard to get up for the event the next week. You're coming off this emotional high and the celebration that you're undergoing. Maybe you want to take a little bit of a break. And for the players that have lost, they might be burnt out and not looking to play another event less than a week later. So I think that the team event has to be the crux of what college squash is all about, and it has to be the final event of the season. All the players should be able to feel like they can empty the gas tank for that. So I do like it being in the middle of the season personally.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I do think that team event needs to be basically the sparkling jewel in the college squash season, a little bit like the college football playoff and on the football side of things. You know, the regular season and the conference championship games are all very exciting, but it really is that national championship game that is for all the marbles.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great comparison. This event, a little bit of a March Madness feel. The brackets came out earlier on in the week. Some of my Denison teammates and I were filling out our brackets, offering our predictions as to who we thought would make the Final Four, would come out victorious. So it is kind of a similar feel, and it's been a lot of fun. This event has. Harry Smith, the CSA commissioner, has done an outstanding job organizing this and making sure everything runs smoothly. And the quality has been so high all week.
Handout 4-8.
Yeah, and I must say, I think it's fantastic as well, not only having the semis and the finals here in Grand Central so we can just get a little bit more crowd interaction, but also having it on Squash TV. There are now so many foreign players playing college squash, and we have so much viewership globally on Squash TV. It's just an amazing extra touch point to get people involved in the game.
Yeah, extra eyeballs on the product. It definitely professionalizes the CSA as an organization, which is under the U.S. squash umbrella, has been around for a long time, but it does feel like the game is growing. We have 34 men's varsity programs, 32 on the women's side. We're looking to get both of those numbers to at least 40 by 2030 is the goal. Just more programs and more exposure and opportunities for these student athletes.
9-6.
Well, a massively important point there for Zayna Zain. She catches that sidewall nick somewhat fortuitously, but it just gives her back that three-point cushion, and it's very important because Yijin Ying of Cornell was starting to surge back at her. And that's a big error from Yi. It was the right shot to play. She just tensed there, and it gives 4 game balls to Zayna Zain to take a very commanding 2-game-to-love lead.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. As you said, Chris, a bit of a fortuitous nick for Zayna, and then the error for Yi.
11-6.
That erases all the hard work that she did.
Well, there it
Zayn
is.
leads 2 games
Zayna Zayn
to
takes
love.
that second game, a very commanding performance from
For
Princeton
those of you
Zayna
who are
Zayn.
seated on the back wall, I would like to invite you to come down into the box seats. If you would like to come down, you should feel free to do that. We may need, it's possible we may need to move you, but I don't think we will. So if you'd like to come down to a closer seat, we would love to have you. The other thing I'd like to just mention is that I see in the crowd that we have a former intercollegiate champion here, Siva Subramaniam. I think that you were there. Would you please stand up from Cornell? There she is. And former intercollegiate champion from Cornell. Thank you for being here today, Siva.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. "15 seconds. Players, please
Well, he's
return
got his
to
work cut
court."
out for him here. David Palmer trying to get Yi Jianying back in order mentally. She just hasn't really been able to find a way to really challenge Zayna Zayn so far.
Yeah, she had a nice run in the mid-stage of that second game.
Please
Got a
take
little bit
your
of
seats.
momentum on her side and was washed away in
Zayn leads
less
2
than
games
60
to
seconds,
love.
where
Love all.
Zayna got across the finish line from 8-11, and it's the ebbs and flows of the game we love, Chris. The squash gods can be very cruel. Here we go, game number 3. Let's see if Yi can muster a comeback.
I must say, Jackson, it's starting to fill up nicely here in Grand Central, and I think it's going to get busier as the day goes on. We've got some great attendance, though. We have the CEO of U.S. Squash, Kevin Klipstein, in the crowd. He actually played his college squash at Cornell back in the day. So I would assume that he's not just here on neutral duty. He's actually probably supporting Yi Jianying of Cornell.
Stroke to
course.
Zayn.
Cheering on
1 love.
his alma mater. Setting up things at U.S. Squash, just hired a new national team coach. A busy man.
Out. 2 love.
We have 3 more outstanding semifinals coming up this afternoon. Next of which being Yale #1 Scott Carney taking on head #1 Solomon Khalil on the men's side. Should be an outstanding match that we're looking forward to. Zayna Zayn, who hasn't dropped a game throughout all of these CSA individuals thus far. Cruising thus far against Yi, who she lost to in 4
Yi.
games a couple of weeks ago. And there's the first video
Player
review
review
of the day, Chris.
Zayn on the stroke decision.
Well, we're going to get a second look at this one, Jackson. Yeah, I don't see this really particularly getting overturned. Just play the ball right back at herself, Zayna Zayn.
It's a poor shot. Maybe Zayna feels that the ball died before it got to her, but she wasn't cleared. And looks like a stroke to me.
Yeah, I don't think he's really milked this too far. They're really getting a good look at it, though. I mean, Yi hasn't particularly gone forward to meet the ball, but she can take the ball at any point in its trajectory. So it stays as a stroke, Jackson. Well, we've had our first review of the day.
I think it's the right decision. Might take a
Hand
couple of
out,
those before
1-2.
these players get acclimated to the fact that they have that video review. Hopefully for Zayna, she will not be on court too much longer and won't have to exhaust any of those opportunities.
And just to reiterate for all the college squash
Yes,
fans
what?
out there that don't necessarily follow the PSA World Tour particularly closely. The players get 2 reviews throughout the first 4 games, and then if it goes into a 5th game, both players have 1 review, even if they've
Out.
already used the other reviews.
2 all.
Get an extra review. Doesn't carry over though. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chris.
Yeah, it doesn't carry over. So it's not like if you hadn't used any reviews, now you have 3 reviews. It's
Right.
like both are on 1 review. She's clipped her
Stroke to
there, Zena
Zane.
Zane.
Hand out. 3-2.
Yeah, it wasn't malicious this, but it was a very loose ball from Yi there. She needs to make a move quickly, pretty soon, Yi. Just hasn't been able to find a way to disrupt the movement of Zena Zane.
Hand out.
That's,
3 all.
to be honest, the first cheap error we've seen from the Princeton player, Jackson.
It's true. It looks like Zena is slowing down a little bit. Obviously, that rally that resulted in the stroke was a bit of a lengthier rally. Maybe a missed volley or 2 from Zena. I think she needs to keep the pressure on, continue to do what's been working so well for her. Doesn't want to open the door and let Yi back in. We know how talented she is. Great whiff.
Out.
Zane has just pushed that ball out, and Yi could be
4-3.
primed to make a bit of a run here.
Yeah, she's digging in here, Yi. Sort of a last gasp effort. She needs to find a way to make these rallies harder in this mid stage of the 3rd.
Stroke to Zane. Hand out. 4 all.
Oh, that's pretty.
5-4.
Yeah, it's a great finish from Zane. Just very calmly guiding the ball into that front corner. Big error there from Yi.
6-4.
Allows Zane to open up a 2-point cushion. All important 2-point cushion as we're right into the heart of this 3rd game. Just give Zane that extra little bit of breathing room.
Yes, let. 6-4.
Oh, it's a ripper of a boast. She really fired that one in.
7-4.
Absolutely no room for error, so Princeton Zena Zane starting to grab control of this game.
It's perfect from the Egyptian. Utilizing a little bit of deception here in this 3rd game. But I can't think of a better word to describe it there, Chris. A ripper of a boast. Oh, and that's a beautiful movement and counter drop. Great first step onto that
8-4.
boast, and punishes Yi for trying to get away with a boast of her own.
Well, it's a real dangerous time for Cornell's Yi.
Yes, let.
This game's starting to run away from her.
Player review Yi on the yes, let decision.
Be interested to see that back, Chris. This was a tight ball. Definitely some contact in the middle there. Has she taken the wrong line? Should she have gone behind? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a pretty cleanly hit ball by Yi. Fading away from Zane. It's perfect, really.
It's maybe overturned.
Yeah, well, I think in this case, it's good use of the review from Yi.
Yi has 2 reviews remaining. Hand out 5-8. Yes, let.
Yeah, it's worth a review.
Player
This one.
review Zane on the yes, let decision.
Poor ball from Yi. Bouncing at the edge of the service box. Doesn't have the depth in the court. I don't know how Zane is able to hit that ball.
Yeah, and to some degree, he's actually cleared back into the line of Zane. So they didn't need to look at it too long.
Official decision, stroke.
It's been overturned to a stroke.
Zane has 1 review
So
remaining.
Zane marches
Hand
on,
out 9-5.
inching ever closer to a berth in a final spot in this Ramsey Cup.
Hand out 6-9. Stroke to Yi.
Yeah, it's loose there from Zane.
A nice sequence from Yi. She has life here in this opening semifinal. Huge rally here.
Yes, let.
It's quite an aggressive ask there from Zane.
Yeah, I think
Player
that's,
review Yi on
once
the
again,
yes, let
it's
decision.
a good review from Yi. I'm not sure if Zane has stepped across, almost as if to volley that ball, and the ball's way behind. I think she has to go behind and play it at the back there. Oh,
Yeah,
Yi is lingering a little bit. That's tough. That's a tough one. I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Official decision.
It's a little bit
yes,
awkward.
let.
The ball was in a
He
bit of a
has
no man's land there.
7-9. Yes. Left box.
You just get the feeling that Zane ever so slightly tensing up here. Just not quite hitting the ball as cleanly as she was earlier in the game, but that is a fantastic finish and an all-important finish because it gives her 3 match
Hand
balls
out,
to
10-7,
take herself into the
match
finals
ball.
here at Grand Central.
It's a gorgeous shot. Can Zane put the finishing touches on Yi? Extract some revenge from a couple weeks ago. Oh, it's great width from the Malaysian, who's hanging tough.
Hand out.
2 match balls to go.
8-10. Match ball.
It's better hitting here from Yi. She's getting the ball deeper in the corners, but that's trouble. And Zane of Princeton finishes things off.
Zane
Massive
wins 3
fist
games to
pump.
love,
And she is through to the finals tomorrow.
A big
Another hand
yalla
for
from
Jinyi
the
Li from Cornell.
Egyptian Zaina Zain on to the CSA Individual National Championship Finals. The winner of Simi Chan and Ria Navani awaits Zaina. Let's throw it down to Will Carlin.
I can see,
with our winner.
Zaina, what this means to you from both the yell out there, but also I noticed when we were chatting before you came out that you seemed relaxed and you were excited to be here today. Can you tell me what it means to be, first to pull that big upset, and second to do it on this court right here?
I'm so happy. I played with her like a week ago and I lost in 4, so I came here, like, had a solid game plan, tried my best to stay focused the whole time, even when I have the lead, to like stay consistent. And I feel like my performance has been like getting better and better with each match, so I'm glad it paid off today.
Well, we're very excited that you're here and in this venue. Tell me, do you have some Princeton people who are here cheering you on?
Yes, of course. My friends over there, and Neil, Sean, and Gail, they're all here as well. Came to support me all the way from Princeton, so happy they're here by my side.
Well, you are now in the finals of the Intercollegiate Individual Championships. Tell me what that means to you.
Last year, I lost from the semifinals in 5 from Saran. So getting the win yesterday was obviously very important to me. And me reaching the final one step closer to lifting the trophy is awesome.
Congratulations, Zaina Zain. We will see you here tomorrow afternoon in the finals. The next match is scheduled for 12:15, which I think it is just about right now, so we'll be getting them out here in just a second.
Well, a fabulous performance from Princeton Zaina Zain as she sees off Cornell's Yijin Ying in 3 very convincing games. Please stay with us, because in a couple minutes we will have our first men's semifinal between the University of Pennsylvania's Salman Khalil and Yale's Tad Carney. We'll be right back.
All right, we are ready for our first men's semifinal. of the 2025 National Individual Squash Championships put on by the College Squash Association. Our first player, he's from New Canaan, Connecticut. He's Yale's #1 player as a junior and is our #4 overall seed. Could you please welcome Tad Carney? His opponent is from Cairo, Egypt. He's Penn's #1 player as a sophomore and is our #1 overall seed. Please welcome Salman Khalil. Tad Carney played #5 last year for Yale and had an unreal improvement over the summer to become not only Yale's best player, but also one of the best in all of college squash. Last year, he was the winner of the Milwaukee East Division of the CSA Individual Championships and a second-team All-America. For Yale, Tad was a member of the U.S. national junior team. He achieved 4 rankings in the under 11, under 13, under 15, and under 17 divisions. He won the 2019 Under-15 U.S. Junior Open. He was also a member of the Brunswick High School team, where he won 2 high school national team championships. In this tournament so far, he's taken out Arma Sweeney from Cornell, Joe Martiu from the University of Virginia, and yesterday he came back from a 2-up down to be Penn #2 and former high school teammate from at Brunswick. Next to Jerry in the quarterfinals. Please give another hand for our #4 seed, Yale #1 player, Tad Carney. Salman Khalil from Cairo, Egypt, is Penn's #1 player as a sophomore. Last year, he was CSA first-team All-American and All-IB. He was the 2024 IB Rookie of the Year. And of course, he was a member of Penn's Potter Cup Championship team that won it all last year. That might seem like a hard act to follow, but he's already 11-0 this season. He's made it through the draw by beating Mateo Jericho from Trinity, Harris Cassim from Drexel, and Neil Joshi from Harvard. Please welcome Penn's #1 player, overall #1 seed, Salman Khalil. The official for this match is Michael Levy, and the video official is Hope Rock.
Welcome back to our first men's semifinal here at the CSA College Individual National Championships. It's the pool trophy, the top division on the men's side of things. And we have the University of Pennsylvania's #1 player and top seed of the event, Salman Khalil, taking on Yale University's #1 player, Tad Carney. Well, I'm Chris Gordon, and joining me in the booth yet again for this men's semifinal, Denison University standout, Jackson Bragman. Good afternoon, Jackson.
Good afternoon, Chris. I cannot wait for this matchup between Yale's Tad Carney and Penn's Salman Khalil. As you heard from the lovely Mr. Will Carlin, Salman entering his sophomore year with the Quakers. He played #1 in stretches for Penn last year, but he has solidified himself as the #1 guy this year. Bounced around 1 and 2 last year. And, showed some freshman tendencies at times, but has really added a lot of maturity to his game. His fitness is much improved, and I don't know what he did this offseason, but he came back to Philadelphia at the start of this year looking like a man. got those tree trunks for legs, and he's a tank. He has a game similar to that of our current world number 2, Mustafa Sal, I find at least. I encourage viewers to look for similarities in the games of those two players, as we see Penn coach, my podcast co-host, Mr. Gilly Lane, with some final words of wisdom for Mr. Khalil ahead of this semifinal. The number 1 overall seed in this event hasn't lost a match yet this year. He actually played Tad Carney when Yale took on Penn a couple of weeks ago. Came through in a tight 4-gamer. Tad pushed Solomon much further than a lot of Solomon's adversaries over the course of this year. I think this is going to be an outstanding match. Meanwhile, Tad on the Yale side being coached by Lin Leong, a 2-time individual national champion in her own right for the Trinity Bantams. Tad played 5 for Yale last season in his sophomore year. Much improved in his junior season, has picked up some major scalpings at the number 1 spot for the Bulldogs. And he is ready to rock and roll here at Grand Central Station on this
15 seconds.
Huge stage. He can't have had envisioned himself here a year ago. What a story is Tad Carney. In yesterday's quarterfinals, knocked off Salman Khalil's Penn teammate Nick Spizzeri, the number 2 for the Quakers.
Salman Khalil to receive.
Well, there we see the central referee, the all-experienced Mike Riley, taking charge of proceedings. So Tad Carney kicking us off here.
Tad really likes to draw out the first game of his matches, get a sense for his opponent. There's a beautiful lift there. Solomon, however, on the flip side, plays at such a rapid pace. He's so physical and such an explosive mover. Loves to be aggressive, loves to take the ball in short. Absolutely wallops the ball. It's a fascinating contrast of styles here.
Well, for all the international viewers out there, Salman Khalil was a member of that Egyptian junior team several years ago that lost the finals of the World Junior Championships to England. But interestingly enough, he won his rubber against Jonah Bryant. Playing very well these days on PSA World Tour. Produced an exceedingly credible result last week in Cleveland against Tarek Momin, going down in 5, fighting off cramp.
And Jonah had a great run in the early rounds of Cleveland last week, I should say. A silly error for Solomon as he turns back to his box. And a bit of a cheeky smile. He won't let that faze him too much.
Well, I think in this scenario, all the pressure is on Salman Khalil. He's a top seed. He's much heralded. Tad Carney here will really be able to let the racket go.
Oh, that's pure from Solomon. Wow.
Stroke to Salman.
Yeah, he's really pushed up the court here, Salman Khalil. Taking the ball very early. Good squeeze there from Salman Khalil, and he's getting the ball into the danger areas of the court very effectively.
Fumble on the ground there.
3-2.
And that looks like Mr. Carney picking up the ball and tossing it back in to Mr. Khalil, who goes right into his serve. Salman, we mentioned, so physical, has really improved his game from last year, where Still felt a bit junior-like and still a bit elementary. He's come back looking like a beast this season. And say the same thing about Tad. One thing I love about Tad's game, how tactically adaptable he is. He really can play a bunch of different styles of squash depending on who he's going up against. He can really grind out an opponent. He's not going to look to do that today against Solomon. He knows that he has to get out in front and be the aggressor a little bit more than what he's generally accustomed to.
Yeah, so Jackson, how big a victory was that yesterday for Tad Carney against University of Pennsylvania's Nick Spizzirri? Obviously, Tad Carney the higher seed, but Spizzirri probably the player with a bigger profile. He played for the U.S. men's national team at the World Team Championships in Hong Kong last month.
It was a massive result. I did predict that in my bracket. I got a lot of flack for that. Our friend Gilly Lane was not pleased to see that prediction, but I just feel like Tad is playing at such a high level this year, and what makes it all the more big for Tad is those two were high school teammates. Spizzirri was 2 years ahead of Tad at Brunswick, was his team captain, and there's a little bit of a big brother, little brother dynamic going on there between Tad and Spiz. So I think it was huge for Tad to win that. He was down 2-0, he was down 4-1 in the third game. There's a huge yell from Solomon, trying to get things going here, but yeah, I think that that was a huge win for Tad, proving himself, really flipping the switch there in the mid stages of that third game and turning things around. And by the fifth game, he was the better man, and it was a really, really impressive result for Tad. Fun to watch, and now here he is at Grand Central Station. I talked to him a bit after. He said that win was easily one of, if not the biggest, of his collegiate and or junior career.
There's a right shot there from Salman Khalil. Just getting the angle wrong. It was aggressive though on the volley.
Handout 6-4.
Expect lots of fist pumps. Lots of bursts of energy here from Khalil. He wants to play at this tempo.
Slat 6-4 left side.
Wants to keep the momentum going in his favor. Neither of these players wants to shy away from a good scream here and there. Are you a big yeller on court, do you find, Chris? Do you find that it keeps you going, or when do you find that you exhaust that option?
Yeah, no, I'm not a big yeller. Generally on the PSA Tour, they're handing out conduct warnings for too much noise these days. Pretty quick to give the conduct warnings.
Oh, great dig. So are you a big fist pump guy, Chris, or do you just try to keep things pretty even keeled generally?
Yeah, not anymore. I used to be when I was a little bit younger, but generally now I just get on with it. To be honest, there isn't much to fist pump about. Fist pump for me these days. There's not much to fist pump about. Just trying to stay in the rallies.
A lot of tread on those tires. Over 300 events. We were just chopping it up about that a little bit before we got on air. It's an incredibly impressive feat. Still training full time. What does your training look like nowadays, and how does that compare to when you were these guys' age? When you were young and just turning professional?
Well, I think probably now in my late 30s, I'll do a little bit more in the gym and a lot more recovery work. Where when I was my early 20s, it would be a lot more hours on court. Now it's really about the quality over the quantity, where back then it was really about getting a lot of reps in, really putting myself in a lot of different situations so I could learn from as many different players as possible.
9-4.
Well, that is an absolutely thunderous attack from Salman Khalil. Been pretty faultless in this first game.
Kind of really interesting. The players have to put about 10-15% more on all these shots. This is a court that's much better off the front wall than the glass court at open squash yesterday. Really have to put just a little bit extra mustard on it to get it to carry to the back, and that is gorgeous from Khalil. He'll have 6 game balls to close out this first game.
10-4. Game ball.
Attack here from Tad Carney, but Khalil battling his way back into the rally. He's now regained control of the rally. Yeah, it's a real change of direction there from Salman Khalil.
Salman leads 1 game
Fantastic
to love.
performance from the Penn Quaker. So Khalil takes the first game 11-4.
Carney trying to hang in that last rally, but a lot of twisting and turning. The Yale Bulldog, he'll have to regroup here. 11-4, Salman Khalil of Penn. Up 1 game to love.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Time. Salman leads 1 game to love. Love all.
Salman Khalil getting the second game underway. He was very dominant in that first game against Tad Carney. Carney responded well as the game went on. Khalil just with a little bit too much firepower.
Yeah, firepower is a good word to describe Salman's game, Chris. So explosive and quick moving onto the ball at the front. So talented with the racket in his hands and able to put the ball away.
1 love.
There's no slouch when it comes to the length game either.
Yeah, he's trying to get himself pumped up, Tad Carney.
And now
Needs to find a way to get some pace injected into this so he's matching the speed that Khalil is playing with.
longest rallies we've seen yet. This is really Tad's bread and butter. Just jockeying for position here. Problem is, it's tough for him to get into these sorts of rallies. There's the error from Khalil. A lot of times Solomon is able to flick a cross court at 150 miles an hour, and
Thank you.
the opponent doesn't know what just hit him.
2-1.
It's very unsettling to play against someone of that size, someone so physical. Tad's going for the forehand serve there. Little body serve action. Just trying to throw the Egyptian off his game.
Yeah, this is much better from Tad Carney. He's straightened things up. He's being a lot more patient here. So the thing with Salman Khalil is you don't need to have that much anxiety to go in short, because you know he's going to take it in short with these powerful kills and stuff. So you can take your time and build the rally.
A nice hold on the boast, but great movement from Khalil, and round we go. Game time for this second game going to be much higher number than it was in the first. There's another error, and Carney's building a bit of a lead here.
Yeah, well, it's good to see the crowd getting involved in this one. Both these schools relatively in close proximity to New York and Grand Central Terminal. Certainly direct trains come into Grand Central from New Haven, where Yale is based. Two punch there from Carney. He got Khalil stuck behind him. Much more aggressive on the movement here, stepping out, taking the ball on the volley.
4-1.
There you see the top of the heads of Tad's teammates sitting in the front row on the left side of your screen there, willing him on.
And now 2-4.
That Carney from New Canaan, Connecticut, not too far from New Haven, staying close to home for college.
Yeah, it was a bit of a weak cross court that from Carney.
3-4.
Right into the bracket of Khalil.
Yeah, those are the mistakes that Salman Khalil will punish each and every time. I do think that Tad's found a bit more success when he's kept the ball straight. There, he's opened it up again on the cross. Oh, wow. Excellent piece of touch from Mr. Carney.
5-3.
Back out to a 2-point cushion.
Just needs to be careful here, Carney, with the cross courts onto Khalil's racket, especially onto that forehand side. Khalil's so aggressive in his movement across the middle of the court. good variety from Tad Carney. He's starting to lift the ball in the front wall, and it's really helping get the ball deeper in the back corners. It's giving him that opportunity to get into a better central tee position.
Really starting to find his length here is Tad. Pinning Khalil in the back corners.
Hand out.
Yeah, he's pumped up there, Khalil. It's perfect length here, just fading into the back wall.
4-5.
It's clever from Carney. Good use of height as well. He's had a much better variety to his game this second game, Tad Carney.
To Tad. Play review. Salmon on the stroke decision.
Well, we got our first video review of the day on the men's side of things. I don't really see this getting overturned, Jackson.
No, it's unfortunately cracked out into the middle.
Stroke.
It's a pretty average shot from Salman Khalil.
Salmon has one review remaining. 6-4.
That's aggressive hitting though from Khalil. Gilly Lane, the head coach of the University of Pennsylvania, will certainly approve of that high quality hitting. Loves his aggressive ball striking, Gilly Lane.
Gilly, just under a decade at Penn, and brought them their first men's national championship about 9 months ago. Penn beating Trinity, an undefeated Trinity team in the national championship finals.
Stroke to Salmon.
Stroke for Khalil.
5-6.
And yeah, just excellent weight of shot from Salman. Finds a way to pound the ball and get it to fade into those back corners beautifully.
Yeah, he's battling here, Khalil. He's trying to close the gap with Tad Carney. Oh, that's trouble. Yeah, it's a massive squeeze from Tad Carney. Inch perfect from the Yale Bulldog.
And out 7-5.
Tight work from Carney. Fading into the sidewall at the top of the bounce. 2 points clear of the Egyptian.
No let.
Yeah, I think so.
Play review. Tad on the no let decision.
Yeah, I think this is worth a second look. It's not a bad review from Carney. Wasn't the best lob, but that ball from Khalil just landing right round the service box. Hasn't particularly given. Yeah, he hasn't particularly given Carney much of a line into this. Well, there you
No
go.
let.
It stayed as no let, Jackson.
You put yourself in that position, Tad. You must go play the ball. 6-7.
Ball was a tad behind him. I understand where that one's coming from. Feels a bit harsh, though.
Yes, let. 6-7.
Mike Riley, of course, one of the most experienced squash refs there is on the call. in theory, this is what Tad Carney wants. Wants to build the rallies and jockey for a position down the sidewall and put in his combinations, but a player as talented and as explosive as Khalil, you also don't want to. Oh, and that's a stroke of fortune for Carney, but
8-6.
as I was saying, when you get into those extended rallies, you risk putting a loose cross court onto the racket of Khalil, which he can put away at any given moment.
It's a big squeeze there from Khalil along the side wall.
And out 7-8.
I must say, I do think it really is critical for Carney to find a way through in the second game. Can't afford to go 2 games to love down here.
I don't disagree, Chris, but I do think we have to be reminiscent of the fact that Tad did come back from 2-love down yesterday. So it's a different opponent on a different stage.
And out 9-7.
But he does have that in his arsenal. He's fit as the day is long. But he's had some major work put into his legs. Obviously, the 5-game quarterfinal yesterday. The day before had an 81-minute war in the round of 16 against JP2 from Virginia. So he could be feeling the effects as we go on here.
Salmon.
Yeah, he's had a bit of a shocker there. Tad Carney just not quite able to
And
get out of the way.
8-9.
Salman Khalil's swing, so gives away the stroke there. It wasn't by much. He just had the tip of his fingers clipped.
Carney seems a lot more settled in over the course of the second game. There's a stroke.
9-all.
But he does seem more settled in. He was a bit frantic that first game. Khalil was dominating the tee, dictating pace, and Carney seems to have grabbed a bit of a hold of this match that he didn't have in that opening game. Obviously a huge rally here at 9-all. Oh, that is brutal.
Well, he's just tense there.
10-9 game
Tad
ball.
Carney clipping the top of the tin. So now Salman Khalil with a game ball to take this second game. Oh, it's a massive squeeze from Salman Khalil. He's come through on the big points there, so
7-9.
University of Pennsylvania's Salman Khalil
2 games to love.
now leads Yale's Tad Carney 2 games to love.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. "15 seconds to the court, boys."
Well, it was a fantastic performance by Yale's Tad Carney there in the second game. It just came up short on the big points right there at the business end of things.
Salmon leads 2 games to
He'd
love.
adjusted the tactics
Love all.
marvelously, just slowing things down, finding better angles into the back corners. Just when it came down to crunch time, he just wasn't quite able to find the target areas in the front corners.
Yeah, as we talked about a little bit earlier, Tad's so good at adapting, changing his tactics, feeling out his opponent, and that game ball rally, honestly, fantastic quality from both players. Great drop from Tad, and even better counter drop from Khalil, who now completely in the driver's seat, leads this thing 2 games to love. Tad's gonna want to get out to a quick start here, doesn't want this thing to get away from him early. Oh, what a rally. Tad's so fit, never wanted to shy away from a lob at the front of the court, just reset the rally.
Down.
That was good response there from Tad Carney. Absolutely massive
1 love.
rally to start this third game. You just get the feeling, though, Salman Khalil is starting to feel really settled.
Yeah, it was a massive rally. Should be a huge vote of confidence for Tad. That's a tight squeeze. As your colleague might say, Chris, that was tight from Tad Carney. That elicits a bit of a chuckle from you, I'm glad.
Oh, that's inch perfect from Salman Khalil. He's absolutely sliced that into the front corner.
1-2.
Starting to find his range here, Khalil.
Obviously, both of these players want to come through these matchups, but it'll be really nice for Khalil if he can come through this in 3, spend as little time as court on possible. For both of these gentlemen, their 4th match in the last 3 days, and they have a final to look forward to tomorrow if they are to win. So, obviously, in the case of Khalil, wants to spend as little time as on court as possible, and in the case of Carney, he's looking to extend this to his 3rd 5-gamer in a row.
Yes, let. 1-2.
One thing we do know about these 2 players is they will stay out here as long as it takes.
Stroke 2.
Yeah, it's good attacks here in the front corner from Tad Carney. Just manages to handcuff Khalil in that front corner. So a good start here from Carney.
One thing that has impressed me about Tad once again today, and that has always impressed me about Tad all season long, is in the later stages of these matches, when he is behind. When he played Khalil the first time they played and Khalil won a close 4-game encounter, Tad's ability to be consistent. A lot of times you'll see players start shooting and and their shots start to clip the top of the tin because Khalil's movement has been so good and so explosive. He's on the ball so early. A lot of players may feel like they have to start aiming lower and lower, and that's when the errors creep in. Tad sticks to his game plan, is so consistent, plays with margin, and hangs in always. So mentally tough.
Not out.
Yeah, no, he's really not backing down here, Tad Carney.
And now
Just
2-4.
needs to be a little bit careful with the balls around the middle because Salman Khalil just so effective in his attacks.
Down. And out 5-2.
Khalil, a great junior career. You mentioned it, Chris, he lost in the team events of the World Juniors a couple teams back to that England junior national team, but made it to the semifinals of that individual event. He's off to a rocking start in his collegiate career and certainly has a future on the Pro Tour should he elect to go that route.
Yeah, no, he's looking impressive here, Salman Khalil. Certainly would cause all kinds of problems at any
Down.
Challenger Tour event.
And out.
Salman's
3-5.
Penn teammate, who we're going to see later this afternoon, Omar Hafez, the number 3 for the Penn Quakers in the semifinals, taking on Joachim Chua later. Hafez actually won a 9K event a couple of months back, and
Stroke 2. Salman.
a lot of Penn
4-5.
players have found a lot of success
Stroke,
on the
yeah.
Challenger Tour. We know that Andrew Douglas, Alibu Alainen, Dylan Huang have had success on the Pro Tour, all
4-5.
coming from that Gilly Lane, University of Pennsylvania coaching tree.
Yeah, it's really aggressive here from Carney. He's pushed up the court here. He really senses he needs to create a little bit of space between himself and Salman Khalil in the mid stages of this game.
Ooh. Stroke Salman. Left side, 5-all.
Yeah, it's a great line there from Salman Khalil. Absolutely
6-5.
buries the ball in that back corner. So he's finally taken the lead here in this third game, Salman Khalil. Yeah, he's pumped up, Salman Khalil. It's all kinds of pressure, Jackson. He's really starting to take the
7-5.
ball very early.
Yeah, like you said, nothing to lose for Carney. He's already exceeded expectations. Solomon, the #1 overall seed in this event. Starting to tighten the cruise.
And out
Screws on
6-7.
Tad Carney, but not so fast.
I don't know, Jackson. I have a feeling this third game is going to come right down to the wire. He's really digging in here, Tad Carney. It's been, in a lot of ways, a little bit unfortunate that he's 2-love down.
Totally agree. I think would be in for a real cracker if... Oh, wow!
Yeah, he's really pumped that one right in there. Lovely ball control from the Bulldog.
Roll it on home, Tad. Tie things up, 7-all. Game to 4 for Carney to hang in here
Next play.
in one of the biggest matches of his career.
Yeah, he's really pumped up, Salman Khalil. Great fist pump. It's a great angle into the back corner as well. The shot was immaculate.
I mean, there's that weight of shot that we talk about.
I mean, he's double-fisted the fist pump. It's fantastic, Jackson.
Oh, what a dig. Hanging in tough. I don't know how Tad Carney is still in this rally. Oh, this is a rally and a half. This will be a huge vote of confidence for whoever comes out on top here. Carney needs this desperately.
No let.
Oh, no.
Play review.
Yeah, he's going to the review here.
Tad on the
Tad
no
Carney.
legacy.
It's going to be an interesting one, this one, Jackson. Because for me here, Salman
Heartless
Khalil
from
has
Mr.
really
Riley.
squared his back. Sold it a little bit as well with a fist pump after the fact.
Oh, I don't know how that's not a let. It's not a particularly
Well, for me-
strong shot. Where's his line there, Chris?
Yeah, for me it's relatively tight. It's just fairly around the middle. Well, it stayed as a no let.
let.
Seems a bit harsh to me,
Harsh.
Jackson.
Heartless for Mike Riley, one of the most prominent refs that we have
King,
in the world of squash today. 9-7.
9-7.
Khalil in control.
Yeah, so Jackson, one of my personal favorite angles is this front camera angle looking at the players. How do you feel about this angle with the action coming right at you?
It's a pretty cool look, Chris. Yeah, obviously we're not accustomed to this in the college ranks. Pretty traditional one-camera system generally. Last year, Team Nationals, we had the 3-camera setup. But I'm for as many angles as we can find.
10-7, left side. Match
My
ball.
all-time favorite will always be that camera sitting in the backhand corner, as we can see the players rally up the backhand side up close. Those that are righties, at least. In case of Tad Carney, it would be his forehand.
Well, Salman Khalil now with 3 match balls to book his spot in tomorrow's final here in Grand Central.
It's been a really dominant performance. He's withstood a huge test from Carney so far. This match far from over, though.
No let.
Oh, wow, there it is. Tad
11-7.
Carney just getting the no-let for Mike Riley, and Salman
3 games
Khalil
left.
has booked himself into the finals tomorrow. He's really excited. Fantastic
Another hand
performance
for Tad
from
Carney of
the
Yale,
Pennsylvania
please.
Quaker.
Tad Carney.
It's well officiated by Mike Riley. 3 no-lets in a row to end things off, but a valiant fight from Tad Carney. Not enough to take down Salman Khalil, though, into the finals tomorrow. A massive performance, a massive fist pimp.
Tad
For Mr.
is
Khalil.
a very good retriever and defensive player, and you had to be on your mettle to take him out in 3 games. Tell me what it means to you to actually get out of here in 3 games and make the intercollegiate final.
Well, of course, I don't want to say it doesn't mean a lot because I didn't come here to. Sorry, Omar, but I didn't come here like to reach the final. I came here to win. Just making the final is just another step. But I want to say it means much to me, unless I win tomorrow. And yeah, of course, I'm happy to get through in 3, saving more energy for tomorrow. And yeah, that's all.
Well, so your stated goal is you came here to win, but having a 3-love semifinal, that's on the step to pathway to win. Yes? No?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me what it means to have your Penn team supporting you here.
Well, I don't know. It means everything. That's all I'm gonna remember. Just me and Omar maybe competing for the same title, but at the same time, I think he wants me to win more than I wanted myself to win. Like the way he supports me every match. Sometimes he doesn't even warm up just to watch me play and coach me between games. And of course, that's all, I don't know. I'm stuttering so much.
That's the definition of a team.
It's my first speech. I wouldn't expect much more.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Tell me about just playing on this court, and then I'll let you get ready and celebrate with your teammates.
I'm very bad with speeches. I don't know. Feels good. Of course. I don't know. That's all. Maybe I'll be playing here one day with the top guys, PSA, without goggles. I hope CSA makes us play without goggles. I don't know. It's just I don't want to click with it. And one more thing, I just want to thank Rudy, coming all the way from Philly just to watch us. Gilly and Jack, always supporting me, and of course my family watching from home. And that's all. Yeah, and the goggles thing.
Congratulations, Salman. You're in the finals. We're looking forward to seeing you play again tomorrow. Okay. Salman Khalil, everybody. Salman Khalil.
Salman Khalil with a wonderful speech, of course, speaking to
The
the
next
universal
match was
struggle
scheduled to begin a couple minutes ago, so we're going to just take 1 or 2 minutes and we will have them right back out here. I would like to invite the people who are on the side wall, if you want to come back and sit behind
University
on this part, you can do so.
Salman
There's a
Khalil
small chance somebody may ask you
Yale's
to
Kat Carney, 3 games to
leave.
love. But stay with us. We have our second women's semifinal coming up in just a couple of minutes between Ria Navani of Stanford and Colombia's Chan Sun-Yuk.
Check.
All right, the next set of players are ready to go. Let me get them out here. This is the second and final women's semifinal. Our first player is from Milpitas, California. She is Stanford's #1 player as a freshman, and she is our #3 overall seed. Could you please welcome Ria Navani? Her opponent is from Hong Kong. She's a senior and Colombia's #1 player. She is our #2 overall seed. Can you please welcome Chan Sun-Yuk, otherwise known as Simi Chan? Ria Navani from Milpitas, California is Stanford's #1 player as a freshman. She's already been ranked as high as number 79 in the world. And as a junior squash player, she was a 2-time U.S. Junior National Champion in 2021 and 2022. She was a 4-time U.S. Squash All-American, 4-time U.S. Junior Open finalist, and she was a member of Team USA, the silver medalist team for the 2024 World Championships that just happened last month. In this tournament, she's taken out Lavanya Coogan from Colby, Noah Romero from Trinity, and she got a default from Caroline Fouts from Harvard due to Caroline's injury. So please welcome Stanford's #1 player, our overall #3 seed, Ria Navani. Chen Sin-yuk, known as Simi Chan, is from Hong Kong and has been Colombia's #1 player for most of her Columbia career. She won the 2023 CSA Individual Championships, the first individual title ever for a Columbia player. She missed last year's championship due to a lingering injury, but she was the Ivy League Women's Squash Player of the Year and on the All-Ivy team in both 2023 and 2024. She was the Hong Kong Junior #1 player from 2018 through 2020. She was the girls under-17 and under-19 Asian Junior Champion and the 2019 Asian under-19 #1 player. Her road to the semis has gone through Maria Clara Ramirez Velasquez from Dartmouth, Hannah Chukwu from Trinity, and Megan Best from University of Virginia. So please welcome Columbia's #1 player, our 2023 champion, and the overall #2 seed, Simi Chan.
Halftime.
Curtis.
Welcome back to our second women's semifinal here at the CSA Collegiate Individual Championships. It's the Ramsey division, it's the top women's division, and we have Ria Navani of Stanford taking on the #2 seed from Columbia, Chen Sin-yuk. Well, joining me for this women's match, we have Denison University player Jackson Bragman. Good afternoon, Jackson.
Good afternoon, Chris. Really looking forward to the second women's semifinal between Simi Chan and Ria Navani. Simi Chan, a senior from Columbia University, not too far, right here in the Big Apple. Ria, meanwhile, over on the West Coast, the farthest varsity squash program from here in New York at Stanford University in sunny California. Ria in her freshman year for the Stanford Cardinal, but don't let that fool you. One of the top junior players in the world last year, and playing #1 for the #5 ranked Stanford team that has come a long way, coached by the legendary Mark Talbot. Simi Chan in her senior year, a former winner of this event. She won it in 2023, missed it due to injury in 2024, so she'll look to claim her second CSA Individual National Championship.
Time.
Really looking forward to the second semifinal, Chris.
No, this has potential to be a real classic. Chen Sin-yuk, obviously originally from Kowloon in Hong Kong. She's been as high as 33 in the world. She was on duty for the Hong Kong national team in the World Team Championships back in December, where she only dropped one match, and that one match she dropped was to Tine Gillis of Belgium.
I commend your enunciation there, Chris. That was well done.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of European languages.
What have been your favorite squash names over the years? Done a lot of commentating, a lot of playing. There's some great names in the world of squash. What would you say has been one of the top ones that you can think of?
Well, I did enjoy the Korean junior boys team this year. Ju Young Na was a particular favorite.
Play will start in 30
There have
seconds.
been some challenging ones over the years. Aslan Iskandar of Malaysia.
Oh, not bad. Ria Navani played at those aforementioned World Juniors over the summer in
15
Houston,
seconds.
Texas. Had a nice little run, made it to,
2025 CSA
I want to say the round
Individual
of 16,
Championships
round of
Random
32
Cup
at least,
semifinals.
that event.
Ria Navani to serve, Simi Chan to receive.
It's been ranked as high as
of
79 in
5
the
games.
world.
Love
That's
all.
Ria Navani.
Well, our central referee, Curtis Gillespie. Ria Navani kicks things off here. Well, I'd have to say, Jackson, Chen Sun-yuk probably will have quite a lot of home support here, being that Columbia is based in Upper Manhattan.
Down. One love. Two love.
Well, it's a good start here from Stanford's Ria Navani. Chen Sun-yuk responding.
one,
She's so unique, Chen Sun-yuk. She's so relaxed in her approach. She so casual with the movement, but so potent with the attacks.
Very methodical, withstood a great test from University of Virginia. Fifth year Megan Best in yesterday's quarterfinals. Megan, an incredibly explosive and attacking player, super physical, and incredible talent in her own right, and took the first game with relative ease. Lots of fist pumps,
3-2.
lots of energy from Megan, and Simi came right back the next 3 games and started to find her length, started to find some more tightness to the side wall, and in the second half of that fourth game, Megan
4-2.
Best was completely out of gas, and Simi was bouncing around the tee, plenty of energy, and she's fit as the day is long. She is the player in college squash that you do not want to look to outlast, so Ria's going to want to look to play an up-tempo brand of squash here and play fearless if she can help it.
Well, you just have a look at Chen Sun-yuk's tee position. She's out in front of Ria Navani.
5-2.
And it's really important that, because it just means any loose ball from Navani, Chen Sun-yuk is going to absolutely gobble up.
Hand out. 3-5.
It's a nice boast from the back. It results in a winner, but regardless, it just keeps Chan on her toes. Upsets the rhythm of the rotating rails at the back there. And there's the error from Chan. Ria Navani.
4-5.
Looking to go up 1-love here. Stringing together a couple of nice rallies. There's the boast again. That's a labored movement from Chan. The follow-up drive not making its way to the back. But she seems to have the tactics right for now, does Ria Navani.
Oh, absolutely. When she gets things right, Ria Navani, she can be really dangerous. We saw back in October, she was the wild card for the Silicon Valley Open just outside of San Francisco, and she produced a lovely performance in the first round against Nadine Shaheen.
6-4.
Losing out in 5 games, but really pushing Shaheen the full distance.
Yeah, Chris, did you have an opportunity to call any of her matches over in Houston over the summer at the World Juniors?
Certainly did. I can't really remember, though. I went a little bit cross-eyed there. I did over 100 matches in 2 weeks, so
7-4.
it was a real buffet of squash. For all the purists out there, it was really a best-case scenario.
I'm tired just thinking about that.
Yeah, lovely event put on by Jahanza Masood at the Houston Squash Club. They have a gold event for the men and the women coming up on the
5-7.
PSA World Tour calendar in a couple of weeks in mid-February.
It's another good name there, Chris.
Which, Jahanza Masood?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's done big-time promoter, really. Promoted a lot of squash in Houston, and obviously does a few exhibition events now and again in Pakistan.
Another error from Chan, and Ria's gonna take a moment to towel off. She's gonna need a huge push here. She would love, love, love to start out 1 love up and play from ahead against a player as talented and experienced as Chan is. There's a whiff and a half from Navani.
8-6.
Perhaps a hole in the strings there. Looks at her racket, says, what was that? She doesn't know, but she regroups.
Yeah, I think this is the zone where the experience on the PSA World Tour from Chan Sun-Yuk will start to come through. Navani's certainly not making it comfortable, though.
Yeah, we know how talented Ria is, but in the later stages of these games, curious to see if he's able to play the big points well.
Down.
There's another error from Chan. It's uncharacteristic from her in this game.
8-all.
The result, we're all knotted up at 8 apiece in game number 1. She was put under pressure by that cross drop at the start of the rally. Was Navani, and
9-8.
Chan had her on a string. Takes the lead right back.
Yes, left. 9-8. Stroke to Navani. Hand out. 9-all.
Well, she's really surging here, Ria Navani. Not allowing Chan Sun-Yuk to control this first game. Yeah, there it is, the Leisure Center boast. It's one of PJ's favorites. So with that, Navani
10-9, game ball.
out to a 10-9 lead and has a game ball now.
Just channeling her inner 55-year-old country club member on that shot. Straight from the Leisure Center. We call that the Wapow boast back at Denison.
Yeah, well, it's the most popular shot in France this week after Gregoire Marsh played it to so much success in his last 16 match here in TOC. But
Ria Navani sending Simi Chan the wrong way there. That should be a no-let, but the players do have to stay on court to await the video referee decision.
Here we go. Yeah, I don't think this is getting overturned. I mean, Chan Sun-Yuk went massively the wrong way here. It was a great hold by Ria Navani. So it stays as a no-let. So Ria Navani comes through on the clutch points, takes that first game.
Remaining 11-9, game to Navani. Navani leads 1 game below.
There's Chris Sackvey in the corner coaching her pupil,
Play will resume in 30 seconds.
Simi Chan. Sackvey, a great college squash career for the Cornell Big Red. 3-year captain up in Ithaca, now heading up the team at Columbia.
15 seconds.
Don't want to have her player regroup here in game number 2. Remember, she did drop the
Navani
first
leads 1
game
game to
yesterday against Megan Best in the
Love all.
quarterfinals. Did Simi Chan and bounced back in style. We'll see if she can repeat that result here this afternoon at Grand Central.
Now,
Yeah, it's an edgy start from
1 love.
Chen Senyuk. He's planting the ball very early into the 10. Has to be a little bit careful here. Well, it's a mixed bag there. She's whipped in the post.
Yeah, it's a risky
Wow.
shot after making the error early in that first rally, but it pays off for her.
Well, I tell you what, Jackson, we've had our research team here at Squash TV do some work, and we've actually found the most challenging name I've had to pronounce on Squash TV over the years. It actually happened this summer at the World Team Championships. It was the Malaysian junior boys team number 3. We'll do our best to get the pronunciation right. Nikoleswar Mogan Sundharam.
I think that was pretty good, Chris.
Yeah, Nikoleswar Mogan Sundharam.
Well, it didn't get better the second time.
Yeah, we've.
You're gonna have to keep workshopping it, but for first effort, I'll give you a thumbs up.
Yeah, well, we can book a flight out to Kuala Lumpur.
Yes,
Go
Lord.
for a few meals at the India Gate restaurant. A couple tallies, and that'll help get me in the mood.
Yeah, I know you're a big
hopefully
foodie,
my
Chris.
pronunciation improves. Actually in town this week, the Malaysian legend Nicole David. She was here to speak at the Tournament of Champions women's luncheon a couple of days ago.
Nicole David, the keynote speaker,
And
as
out, 3-2.
Simi Chan's corner, trying to rally her in the second game. Wendy Bartlett, the legendary Trinity coach of 40 years, retired at the end of last season following her 4th national championship win for the Bantams, and she was honored at that luncheon. What an incredible career for Bartlett at Trinity. A lot of people talk about Paul Asiante at Trinity, the 17-time national champion, and him really turning that program around, but Bartlett played a huge role in turning Trinity into the squash dynasty that it was.
Yeah, massively. A couple women's national championship teams sprinkled in there.
4-3.
The current Yale director of racket, Su Lin Leong, was one of her top players years ago. Former World Junior Championships finalist in her own right, losing out to Nicole David.
Hand out 4-all.
Yeah, Lynn, an incredible career on the Pro Tour, a 2-time collegiate individual national champion, and
Wow.
now the head coach of Yale, as you said. We saw her
5-4.
coaching Tad Carney in that last match, and it's really done wonders for that Yale squash program, coaching both the men and the women.
Not up.
And just a few misjudgments here with the ball spinning off the frame of the racket of Navani. So Chen Sun-yuk now with a 2-point cushion.
Oh,
Left block, 7-4.
Barely the top of the 10 there. It was great idea there from Rhea Navani. She just couldn't quite control the ball above the height of the 10.
just by a hair. It would have been a winner if it was an inch higher instead of 5-6 clawing back. Opens up the lead to 7-4, but
Hand out 5-7.
Rhea cuts that deficit to 2. Little positive self-talk, looking to get back into this thing. take a massive 2-love lead over the Columbia #1. Oh, that's line and a half. It's brilliant work
6-7.
from the American.
Yeah, it's a fantastic response from Navani. The movement looks sharp off the tee. She's getting into those front corners really quickly. And I really think that's what's causing the problems for Chan Sung-yuk, is just how dynamically Navani is moving. It's taking away all the big spaces in the front corners from the Columbia University player.
This is a big push from Navani here. I love that she volleyed that backhand cross court instead of letting it go to the back. She's retrieving like crazy here to try to hang in this rally. And wow, that is tight, tight, tight work on the backhand counter drop.
7-all.
Oh, and she's gone for another drop there. It's a bit of a
And
heat
out.
check shot, for Navani. Punished with great width on the cross. This game is going to come down to the wire. It's a massive one.
Down.
That is a big error from Chan Sung-yuk. She was in a good position there, completely
8-all.
misjudging the angle. So Navani leveling things out as we settle into the business end of the game.
Oh, wow.
She's having a battle here, Chan Sung-yuk.
great
Navani,
retrieving.
yeah, Navani has her up against the caution.
Oh, wow. Way to turn that around from Simi Chan. It was a brilliant drop in the front right
9-8.
corner from Navani. She could have put Chan away. She just had a little bit more width on that cross, but Simi hanging in, and finally turns it around with that brilliant cross court. And there's a boast. It's been working well for her.
And out. 9-all.
A couple trickle boasts, couple leisure center boasts mixed in, and Navani really using all the angles here.
Out.
Yeah, she's launched that into the air, Chan
10-9,
Sung-yuk, and it gives
game ball.
Maria Navani game ball here in the second game.
What a dig in that front left corner.
That's accurate from
Yeah.
Navani.
Oh,
She
wow.
squeezed it.
11-9. Game to Navani.
Absolutely phenomenal
Navani
finish
leads
from
2
Maria
games to love.
Navani. So she takes the second game 11-9 and a commanding 2-game-to-love lead.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds.
There you hear the Columbia Lion faithful trying to will on Simi Chan. She has a tall task ahead of her. 2-love down.
Navani leads 2 games to love.
The Stanford freshman Ria Navani. here
Love
at
all.
Grand Central Station.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic performance so far from Stanford's Ria Navani. She's really taken her opportunities. Oh, that is aggressive from Chan Sun-yuk. It's better movement from the Columbia Lion. Very aggressive across the middle of the court, Jackson.
Yeah, overhead, punching that ball straight short, right into the neck. And there's a beautiful shot from Navani,
1-0.
finding a nick of her own. Back and forth we go.
Down.
She's gone for it as Navani. Both these
Hand out,
players coming out
2-1.
firing in the early going of game number 3. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's inch perfect from Chan Sun-yuk. Thanks for coming there.
3-1.
Really smooth, opening the racket face up. She just can't have the dips in concentration, Chan Sun-yuk. When she's producing the goods, it's absolutely spectacular, but there've been a few too many errors in there today.
Oh, that ball snuck in, wow.
Not her.
Yeah, she's made
Clever
the
choice.
Yeah, she's made the court really big there. It's a clever boast here. Just,
The last shot Navani was expecting.
yeah, it's dragging her all the way across the front face of the court.
Just like that, 4-1.
Down.
Make it 5, Simi Chan.
5-1.
Building a
5-1.
nice cushion on pace to extend this to our first 4+ gamer of the day, Chris.
Down.
Yeah, I just have a feeling if Chan Sun-yuk can find a way to get this third game, this
6-1.
could find up. This goes the distance.
Incredibly fit is Chan.
It's great anticipation from the Columbia Lion. She really pushed up the court, taking that
7-1.
volley exceedingly early.
Read her like a book there. 7-1 in quick fashion.
Down. Hand out. 2-7.
Yeah, it's accurate there. Yeah, it's really accurate from
Hand out.
Chan
8-2.
Sun-yuk. When she finds her range, she can be really, really deadly.
Pulling no punches in this third game. She's really going for it, and it's paid off. Great width.
Nine two.
Yeah, massive miscalculation
10-2
there
game
from
ball.
Ria Navani. So Chan Sun-yuk now with 8 game balls to pull a game back.
Down.
Yeah, she's
11-2
thundered that one
game
into the
Chan.
tin. So Chan
Navani
Sun-yuk
leads
takes this
2-1.
third game, but Ria Navani leads Columbia's Chan Sun-yuk 2-1.
Play will resume in 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds.
Simi Chan wasting no time getting back on court.
Navani leads
Wants to keep the
1.
momentum going.
Chan to serve.
It's a brilliant third game. She's pulled out all the
Bubba.
stops. Wasted no time taking the ball in short. She's really gone for it, and it paid off with a quick 11-2 win.
Out.
And here she is bouncing around. All the momentum
more.
on her side. Rhea may want to extend some of these rallies and try to reset a little bit here.
Not up.
Yeah, it's a
Another
great boast
beautiful
there.
boast.
It's a fantastic angle there from Rhea
And out, 1
Navani.
all.
And it's important because she just needs to somehow find a way to stop the momentum of Chan Sun-yuk here in the early exchanges.
Yeah, Rhea has found success today, and there's a beautiful serve return.
2-1.
Picture perfect. Take a bow, Simi Chan. But I found that Rhea moving Simi laterally at the front of the court has been successful. Off the boast, even a couple cross drops, sending Simi the wrong way.
3-1.
She can find opportunities to do that. May pay off for her. Navani now looking a bit unsettled here in the early going of this fourth game.
Yeah, it's a great angle there from Chan Sun-yuk. She's starting to find her targets in the back corners
4-1.
more consistently. It's opening up big spaces on the court to attack. And she's starting to run away with this fourth game, Chan Sun-yuk.
5-1.
Getting that third game has really settled her down. You can just see the quality of her hitting has picked up quite substantially, Jackson.
Yeah, a little bit more pace injected into the ball on her length, and
Down.
it's wasting no time taking it in short. Not really
And
building the rallies, but she doesn't
2-5.
need to. So talented with the racket in her hands, and has found a lot of success, really shooting from the back of the court, taking the ball early on the volley. And Navani, legs looking maybe a bit heavy. Having some trouble moving to the forecourt. Navani actually had the day off yesterday. Was supposed to play her fellow freshman, Caroline Fouts from Harvard. Fouts, much like Nick Spazieria, representing Team USA at the World Teams a couple
And out
months ago.
6-2.
Fouts had to pull out, though, due to a knee injury that she suffered during her 5-game win over Jana Safi of Trinity in the second round.
7-2.
So Navani had the day off yesterday, did a little bit of solo hitting on one of the traditional courts at Open Squash over in the Financial District, tried to get herself ready for this matchup. Simi with a 4-game battle against Megan Best, but she appears to be the fresher player at this juncture. That's a great shot, though,
And
from
out
Rhea.
3-7.
A fist pump, looking to get back into this thing.
Yeah, it's a great line there from Rhea Navani.
4-7.
Just trying to respond here. Just get Chan Sun-yuk off that central tee area.
She's won a couple points here, and she's taken a few extra seconds before serving the ball, trying to slow the pace down, get her composure back a little bit. Simi really keeping the tempo up, wasting no time getting back to the service box to keep the momentum going. And Rhea starting to find some quality, but that is tight work.
Yeah, it's a real quality rally
And
here
out
from
8-4.
Colombia's Chan Sun-yuk. She put tremendous pressure on Rhea Navani. And all these hard rallies are important. It just takes the sting out of Navani's legs. We see
9-4.
with yet another error there off the service. She's struggling to see the ball clearly off that side wall. It's not the first time she's slightly whiffed the old service, Jackson.
No. A couple of serve return blunders, and
10-4, game ball.
it's unfortunate there. Trips over the foot of Simi Chan, tries to get up and play the ball. Doesn't even look back to the referee. She knows that she's tried to go through and play it. Can't get a let there.
Well, Chen Sun-yuk of Columbia University now with 6 game balls to take us to a pivotal 5th game, and she's done
2
it
games all.
first time. So Chen Sun-yuk of Columbia University has come roaring back here with all the home support in New York.
Style points for that finish, as we have free squash here from the Tournament of Champions at Grand Central Station. We're going to 5 games between Columbia senior Simi Chan and Stanford freshman Ria Navani, all to play for in game number 5 of our 3rd semifinal. Hands have been firing for Simi Chan here in the 3rd and 4th games. Very aggressive, wasting no time, putting the ball in short. It seems like Simi's initial game plan was to try to outlast Ria Navani. She knows that she perhaps has the fitness and experience
Play
edge,
will
but
resume in
dropped the
30
first 2
seconds.
games, and after that has really woken up here. She's come alive and has become the aggressor. It's paid dividends. She's won games 3 and 4 in quick fashion. There you see the
15 seconds.
Columbia student section, all the support for Simi Chan as she looks to advance
2
to her
games all.
2nd CSA Individual
Chan
National
to
Championship
serve.
final,
Each
and
player has 1
if she wins
review
this, she'll have
available.
a chance to win her 2nd individual title
Love all.
tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I must say, Jackson, now that Chen Sun-yuk has started to find her range, I think it's going to be
One
pretty
love.
tough here for Ria Navani. She's going to have a massive response here at the start of the 5th game. All the momentum now on the Columbia Lion player.
Hand out 1-all.
There's an error. Sometimes it takes an unforced error like that for the opposing player to re-garner some
And out.
composure, but
2-1.
Navani wasting no time, putting the next ball into the tin. Handing a little bit of momentum back to the Columbia number 1. It really feels like Chan is settled in. She's controlling the tee. Navani's the one on the run. A little bit frantic from the American. Navani from Milpitas, California.
Not up.
It's great 1-2 punch there from Navani. Really flicking the ball across the face of the front wall.
And out.
Yeah, it's a
2-all.
nice sequence she's put together there, and a great drop to finish things off. Nothing separating these two.
She's in good position here, Chen Sun-yuk. She's getting the ball wide into the side wall. Just having Navani do tremendous amounts of work here. Oh, it's brilliant there from Ria Navani, though. She did the hard yards and eventually turned the tables on Chen Sun-yuk.
Left side, 3-2.
Simi Chan is going to dig in here. Ria's going to need a lot more rallies like that one. It's not going to come easy. She can do it. Tough as nails is the Stanford freshman. Now Navani putting some nice sequences together. moving the Columbia #1 front to back, side to side.
Yeah, there it is. Very clever from Chen Sen-yuk. Getting up on that ball very early.
Hand out.
Redirecting it away from Navani.
It's a nice piece of deception
Hand out.
from
4-3.
Navani. It's really the first time that Navani's used the boast that hasn't been effective there, Chris.
Great squeeze from Chen Sen-yuk. So it can't get much closer than this, Jackson.
Feels like a heavyweight boxing fight. These two going back and forth.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I feel punch drunk here. It's just so dynamic.
Not up. Hand out. 5-4.
Navani showing some emotion now.
6-4.
Trying to keep things going. It looked like things were all Simi Chan heading into this 5th game, but Navani fighting hard. It's a 2-point cushion here in the 5th. 5 points away from booking her spot in tomorrow's final.
Yeah, it's gentle there from Chen Sen-yuk. I'll tell you what, Jackson, this is one of the best things about college squash, just the crowd support. They're really getting into it, these
5-6.
Columbia students.
You hear it louder than we've heard it all day here in this 5th game in our 2nd ladies semifinal. The Columbia faithful
Hand out. 7-5.
willing on their senior.
Yeah, well, with the quality of this squash, Jackson, this is fantastic preparation for any of these college players that have aspirations of joining the PSA World Tour after college.
It's an unbelievable experience. A lot of these young ladies and young gentlemen have so much talent and are really playing at a pro level, so young, so much potential.
Hand out. 8-6.
And an opportunity like this on the glass court at Grand Central Station on such a huge stage in front of the Squash TV audience is one that should set these players up favorably.
Not up.
That's coming down, right down to the wire here. Chen Sen-yuk just fighting to close the
Hand
gap.
out. 7-8.
It's amazing the amount of trouble that Ria Navani's had on that backhand side wall with the ball shooting off the glass.
Yeah, maybe having some trouble seeing the ball on the glass court, the white ball with the see-through glass.
8-all.
Well, I tell you what, Jackson, we're locked in at 8-all. We're setting ourselves up very nicely for a really spectacular finish here.
Oh, she's going for the kill, Chris.
Hand out. 9-8.
Can't cut that
It's a
any
major
finer.
goal for Navani. It's paid off. We're in the business end of the game, as you've said throughout the match, Chris. And hair standing up on my arms. I'm on the edge of my seat. Excellent width on the high cross.
Hand out. 9-all.
Nothing separating these two.
Well, it's a little bit loose here from Chan Sun-yuk, and Navani's taking full advantage. She's getting really aggressive on the volley.
Oh, that is gorgeous!
Oh, I tell you what, I don't think we can review
10-9.
the 10s in the
match
front
ball.
corner.
No,
So
we can't, you're
Navani
right.
now has her first match ball to get herself into tomorrow's final. Well, I tell you what,
mean, what a
Jackson, they're
bounce
looking
back.
very edgy, the Columbia fans. Here it is. Oh, it was a heavy drop.
Counter,
No
the
let.
appeal. The no-let is
Player
given the review.
Chan on the no-let decision.
Yeah, I don't see this getting overturned, Jackson, but let's get another look at it. It was a very, very edgy drop from Chan Sun-yuk.
It was an edgy drop, a brilliant counter from Navani. Oh, and the line is to the left. That should stand.
Yeah, it's a massive decision, Jackson.
Official
Well, there it
decision,
is.
no
It's
let,
going to stay as a
upheld.
no-let.
11-9.
So that
That's
gives
the
Rhea
rate of
Navani
event.
the
3
match, and
games to
she is
2.
through to the finals tomorrow to take on
11-9,
Princeton's
11-9.
Zina Zane.
Chris, I thought Rhea Navani was a dead woman walking heading into that 5th game. All the momentum favoring Simi Chan. What a fight from the Stanford #1. Here's Will Carlin.
Yeah, I feel like that was 3 different matches in one. There were the first 2 games, there were the next 2 games, and then there was the 5th game. Tell me which game you liked best.
I mean, it's hard to pick between the first 2 and the last one because the last one I enjoyed the winning feeling, but then the first 2 I played a lot better. So honestly, I'm just like happy that I was able to come back in the 5th game. I think it's hard when, you know, someone as experienced as Simi is like coming back at you and honestly beating me as bad as she did in the 3rd and 4th. So I'm just happy to have won the 5th.
Did you have a change of strategy when you were talking with your coaches, or was it more just about attitude and making sure that you put it all into the 5th?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was more about just digging deep. I mean, how many times are you going to find yourself in a national championship semifinal? And so I knew this opportunity might never come again, so I just wanted to make the best of it.
And here you are in the National Intercollegiate Individual Finals. Tell me what that means to you.
It means the world. I mean, playing for Stanford is a new experience for me, and I'm so proud to represent such an amazing school with such an amazing team cheering for me back home. So shout out to everybody watching from California. And I mean, yeah, just to be here, I'm just enjoying the moment. I mean, it's just amazing, yeah.
Did you watch Zina Zane play earlier today, or you know that that's your opponent in the finals?
I'm aware that she's won, but I was too locked in for my match. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
Any thoughts about playing her?
Yeah, I mean, she's a great player. I think I don't think we've ever played each other, but yeah, I mean, I know her from World Juniors and all those tournaments. So I mean, I'm pretty familiar with her. So yeah, I'll be ready.
Penn versus Stanford tomorrow, everybody. Congratulations to Rhea Navani getting into the intercollegiate as a freshman, everybody, as a freshman.
Yeah, Will Carlin said it. Freshman year for the Stanford Cardinal. The agony from the Columbia student section. Rhea said that she dug deep. She didn't know if she would ever have another opportunity to play in an individual semifinal such as this. Chris, as a freshman at Stanford, how talented Rhea is, how promising of a future she has. I have a feeling that this will not be her first individual semifinal, and tomorrow she has a chance to play for her first individual championship, taking down the 2023 individual national champion, Simi Chan, 3 games to 2.
Well, there she is, Rhea Navani of Stanford, soaking in the victory with all the Stanford supporters. A massive result for her, taking down the top seed, Chan Sun-yuk of Columbia University. Well, we've just seen Ria Navani of Stanford take out Columbia University's Chan Sun-yuk to set up our women's final tomorrow with Princeton's Zain Azine. But next up, we have our final men's semifinal between the University of Pennsylvania's Omar Hafez and Trinity College's Joachim Chow. We'll be right back.
All right, the players are ready. Let me get them out here. Our first player, he's a junior and he is Penn's number 3 player and our number 6 overall seed. But he's earned his way here and we're excited to have him. Please welcome Omar Hafez. His opponent is from Malaysia. He's a junior. He's Trinity's number 1 player, our number 2 overall seed. Please welcome Joachim Chua. Omar Hafez from Alexandria, Egypt. He plays number 3 for Penn, but he was the 2023 Ivy League Rookie of the Year, a first-team All-Ivy and All-America last season, and of course he too was a member of Penn's Potter Cup National Championship team last season. He's made it to the semifinals by beating Inwood Lee from Colby, Dennis Jalewski from Harvard, and Lachlan Sutton from Yale. Please give another hand for Penn's number 3 player and our overall number 6 seed, Omar Hafez. Joachim Chua is from Shah Alam, Malaysia, and he's a junior at and Trinity's number 1 player. In 2023, he was a CSA second-team All-America, first-team All-NESCAC, and the winner of the Malloy division in the CSA Individual Championships. Last year, he played number 3 for Trinity and stepped into the number 1 spot this year after Trinity graduated their top 2 players. He's had a very strong season this year in the top spot, good enough, in fact, to be our overall number 2 seed for the tournament. Here this weekend, he has beaten Maxwell Orr from Yale, Marwan Abdel Salam from Penn, and Kareem El Barbari from the University of Virginia. Could you please give another welcome for Trinity's number 1 player, our overall number 2 seed, Joachim Chua. The officials of this match, the match referee is Paul Alexander, and the video referee is Curtis Sullivan.
Halftime.
Welcome back to our second men's semifinal here at the CSA College Individual Nationals. We've got an absolutely cracking match for you. It's the University of Pennsylvania's number 3, Omar Hafez, taking on the Trinity College number 1, Joachim Chow. Well, joining me for this final men's semifinal, Denison University standout Jackson Bragman. Good afternoon, Jackson.
Good afternoon, Chris. Our final semifinal of the day, perhaps my most anticipated match of the day. 2 incredibly entertaining players to watch. This one's going to be fun. It's Penn's Omar Hafez. It's Joachim Chua from Trinity College. Hafez standing at 5'7", Chua at 5'4". 2 little guys. They buzz around the court, incredibly quick, incredibly explosive, incredibly attacking playing styles. Fascinated to see how these 2 match up this afternoon. Hafez, number 3 for the Penn Quakers this year, the number 1 ranked nationally Penn Quakers, but don't let that fool you. He's, without question, one of the best players in the nation. Totally deserves to be in this spot on this stage at Grand Central. Meanwhile, Joachim Chua, the number 1 for Trinity. You heard Will Carlin talk about it a little bit. Trinity graduating their number 1, 2, and 4 from last season. Mo Sharaf, who made it to the individual finals last year, gone. Ali El Toki, gone. Abdel Rahman Nassar, gone. So Chua, who was number 3 last year as a sophomore, now playing number 1 in his junior year, and has really picked up some major scalpings. His only loss on the season was to Penn's Salman Khalil, who he will meet in the finals tomorrow, should he come through this one against Omar Hafez. But he has been playing some lights out squash this year, and he has looked absolutely outstanding in the early rounds of this event. There you see Mr. Francis Gilpin Bartlett Lane giving some final words of wisdom to his player. And there's Moose Hamada, the new Trinity College head men's squash coach, taking over for the legendary Paul Asiante after 29 years of service for the Bantams. This one's gonna be fun, Chris. I can't wait.
Yeah, this one has potential to be certainly the best match of our men's schedule. We just had a fantastic women's match. This one really has potential for fireworks.
2025 CSA Individual Championships Pool Trophy semifinal match. Omar Hafez of Penn to serve, Joachim Chua of Trinity to receive. Best of 5 games, love all.
Well, there we see our central referee, Paul Alexander of the USA. And Omar Hafez gets us going here in our final men's intercollegiate semifinal.
What I just love about Hafez's game is the pace at which he plays whilst maintaining such high quality. There's never a dip in accuracy. He absolutely wallops the ball. So talented with the racket in his hand, so quick to the forecourt. Chua, meanwhile, such a brilliant job of using height on the front wall and varying the speed, varying the height of his length, and is an incredibly creative player. And he's a total machine. Outlasted University of Virginia 5th year, Kareem El-Barberi, who transferred to Virginia from Princeton this season, in the quarterfinals yesterday. And Kareem is an outstanding player. I'm a huge fan of his game, but Chua was hardly breathing heavy after that encounter.
Handouts,
it's tight work from
love.
Chua to kick things off. His quality has been such high level all event long.
Yeah, I think we're in for some long probing rallies to get this one going. Jackson, I don't think either of these two guys are going to be giving any quarter.
Yes, let's. One love.
Two absolute competitors. Hafez has had a great season, great stretch of late, past month or two. Beat Lachlan Sutton, the Yale number 3, in a tight 3-game encounter in yesterday's quarterfinals.
Down. Handouts, 1-all.
Picture perfect from Chua.
Handouts, 2-1.
So low, fading into the sidewall at the top of the bounce. Nothing you can do about that. tight work from Hafez. Drawing even in the early going of this first game.
Handouts, 2-all.
That's a great counter drop there from Chua. Got into that front corner very quickly.
Handouts,
Lovely
3-2.
Roll of the wrist there, taking all the pace off the ball.
No one counter drops better than Joachim Chua in the entire country. So explosive onto the ball in the front. Picture perfect. If you take the ball in short, especially on the forehand side against Chua, it better be glued to the sidewall or he will punish you.
Yes, let.
With that counter drop. So effective.
3-2.
That front-facing angle again, Chris can really appreciate the quality from these two.
Down.
Hafez just barely clips the top of the tin.
4-2.
Chua has a 2-point cushion here in the first.
Yeah, he's been patient here, Chua. He hasn't necessarily done a tremendous amount with the ball, but he's just worked it around, just waited for Hafez to either make errors or get into scenarios where he's just playing slightly loose.
And Chua feeling things out here in the early going. One thing that he's added to his game between last season playing number 3 and this season playing number 1 here in his junior year. It's a bit of a
Handouts,
cheeky shove
3-4.
from Chua there. See the replay. Oh, and he's gone the wrong way a little bit. It's touched earth, as the kids would say, but Chua has really added it's really added a short game. You know, that was probably
Handouts,
the one thing that was
5-3.
missing from his game last year. He's incredibly fit, incredibly quick to the front, and an outstanding defensive squash player. He could go all day long, but the one thing that was missing was maybe his ability to put the ball away. He has added that in droves this season. Some of the best hands in the CSA now. He's a really, really complete player as Chua. There you see the height on the front wall. Beautiful cross lob from the back. So look for Chua to feel things out here in the early going and then open things up, pushing the ball to the front in the later stages of this first game.
Handouts, 4-5.
Yeah, he's being positive with the ball here, Omar Hafez. Taking more risks than Chua. He's up higher up on the court as well, so it just means when Chua's having to go in to retrieve these balls, it's much longer distance.
Stroke to Chua. Handout, 6-5.
Those are the worst as a player, Chris. Obviously playing at a much, much lower level than these two, but when you miss that straight drive by just an inch and it cracks out in the middle of the court, give up a stroke. It's unfortunate for Hafez, who's played well here in the early going.
It's good use of height here from Chua. Slowing things down. Making Hafez think about it a little.
Such high quality. It's a great rally.
Stroke to Hafez.
Yeah, it was clever there from Hafez.
Handout,
Just letting the
6-all.
ball settle into Chua's body. So he's leveled things out here in the mid stages. Number 3 player from the University of Pennsylvania.
Stroke to Hafez. 7-6.
Two juniors going at it. Hafez looking to join the ranks of the great players to come through this UPenn program the last decade. We talked about a little bit earlier, Andrew Douglas, Alibu Alainen, who's in attendance for today's match, and had a tough draw in the TOC this year, facing Mustafa Asal in the first round, but we know how talented he is.
Down. Handouts, 7-all.
Yeah, Leinen certainly one of the players to watch next couple months on the PSA Squash Tour. Had a lovely result back in October at the US Open, reaching the semifinals, backing up a semifinal performance at the Silicon Valley Open as well.
Yeah, someone I feel is really playing at a top 10 level, Chris. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but I'm always super impressed with Ali's game.
Yeah, well, he's certainly getting very close to that top 10 zone.
Got a staring contest here. Some lengthy rallies in this first game.
Oh, and he's clipped the top of the tin, Chua. The shot was on. Wasn't a bad idea at all. He just misjudged the angle.
Handouts, 8-7.
A big rally and a yalla from Hafez. Trying to get himself going. Oh, has he gotten that? Wow. Oh, this is excellent retrieval from Hafez. Can he turn it around? It's a dive. And that's a brilliant lob. Oh, this is a rally and a half, Chris.
That's massive retrievals there from Hafez. That's a very good rally from Joachim Chua.
Yeah,
put a lot of work in,
for maintaining his composure there.
Yeah, he's put a lot of work into the legs of Hafez.
Handouts, 8-all.
Made the court really big for the University of Pennsylvania player.
You'll see how Hafez follows that rally up. He still has enough juice to carry him through the later stages of this first game. Omar's certainly happy to get off court after only 3 games in the quarterfinals yesterday.
Down.
That is a massive error from Hafez. The shot was on.
9-8.
He's just misjudged it, and it very well could be down to that massive rally and all the work that Chu has put into his legs.
Down.
He's just ever so slightly misjudged
10-8, game ball.
Hafez, so Joachim Chua of Trinity manages to squeeze out 2 game balls here.
Oh, that's tight from Chua. So consistent with the length hitting today. Now Hafez making some labored movements, but he's hanging in tough.
Yes, great court coverage from Hafez. But Chu has really turned the screw.
11-8, game to Chua.
Very
Chua
hard
leads
physically there
1
on
game to
Hafez. So a massive finish there, very accurate from Trinity's Joachim Chua taking that first game.
Yeah, Chua impressive with the length hitting, the consistency, the mixing of speeds, the height on the front wall, and finishing things in the forecourt. Some brilliant movement and defensive play from Hafez there. But Joachim Chua takes game number 1 of our final semifinal. He leads 1 game to love.
15 seconds.
You just saw Salman Khalil, Hafez's Penn teammate, coaching him through this matchup alongside Penn coach Gilly Lane.
Time.
Khalil already booked his spot in the finals. He hopes to meet his teammate there tomorrow.
Chua leads 1 game to love.
Joachim Chua quick
Love all.
back on court. Wants to keep the momentum going.
Well, it was a very patient performance from Joachim Chua there in that first game. He was pretty conservative in his shot selection. He never really opened the court up until Omar Hafez began to tire as the game went on. Yeah, it's aggressive hitting there from Hafez. He's gotten into that front corner much quicker.
Handouts, 1 love.
Trying to be a little bit more proactive in his movement.
Yeah, it's a great combination. Really tight on that initial backhand drop shot, not allowing Chua to offer a strong counter, and really dragged him up to the front left.
2 love.
Great weight of shot on the cross court. And now off to a 2-love start. Oh, wow.
3 love.
Again from Hafez.
Yeah, he's really productive moving across the middle, Hafez. It's one of those where Joachim Chua takes a little bit of time to get going because he's just having to absorb the pace of Hafez. It's not till later in the game that all this absorption of pace starts to reap dividends.
And Hafez is incredibly fit. Like we talked about, able to maintain such a high quality of shot whilst playing at this pace. So
4
impressive.
love. Down.
It's a massive error there from Joachim Chua.
5 love.
Shot wasn't particularly on. It was slightly early in the rally, so Hafez is trying to run away with his second game.
There you see Hafez quick to serve. Wants to keep the momentum going. Wants to keep the tempo up.
So Jackson, this is the second University of Pennsylvania male player that we've seen on this court here in Grand Central today. How much of a benefit do you think it is to Hafez to have had his teammate play here before he did, just in terms of figuring out the conditions?
Thank you.
I'm sure Salman had some insight for Broma.
Handouts, 1-5.
Great that the
Yes.
players partaking all the opportunity to play their quarterfinal matches on a glass court at Open Squash, about 20-30 minutes away in the financial district
1-5.
yesterday. So I think that allows them to acclimate to the slightly deader court, to the white ball. And I think certainly Salman had some insight to share, but nothing can really prepare you, I should say, for this stage at Grand Central. One of the most historic venues squash has to offer. That's a great piece of deception from Chua, sending Hafez the wrong way. As life in the second game, Hafez would really, really like to win this second game here, given the fitness and consistency of Chua. He's played brilliantly thus far.
Down.
And that's where the absorption and pace from Joachim Chua is so effective. Looked like Hafez was in control of that rally, and just Chua managed to find a way to just stay involved in the rally long enough to turn the tables on Hafez.
Down.
Yeah, pretty incredible for Penn to have 2 men in the semifinals.
4-5.
A lot of people thought they would have 3 men in the semifinals before Tag Carney upset Nick Spazzieri in the quarterfinals yesterday. It speaks to the outstanding program Gilly Lane is building with the University of Pennsylvania Quakers, winning their first ever national championship last year. Certainly can be the first of many.
Down.
They're the heavy favorites to go back-to-back this year.
Handout 6-4.
Yeah, so for all our international viewers, Jackson, when do those team championships take place?
Those will be a couple months from now. Mid-March. I couldn't give you the exact weekend. But yeah, we're about 7-8 weeks away from that event.
Down.
You're liking what you see
7-4.
here this afternoon. And tune in to some college squash. We have a plethora of dual matches going on every single weekend, sometimes throughout the week. A little shameless plug for the Squash University podcast hosted by Gilly Lane and myself, catching you up and keeping you posted on all the happenings going on within college squash, doing interviews with players, coaches, whomever. So check that out wherever you get your podcasts. But it's a wonderful product, and yeah, these teams are going to do battle. Team nationals, that's a great boast. Hafez creating some separation here.
9-4.
And that's 3 or 4 times that he sent Chua the wrong way this game. Been incredibly deceptive, and he's bounced back in style here in the second.
Down.
Very easily could have been a stroke. He's done a great job clearing off that ball.
Yeah, he's coming off
the air.
He's come off the boil here, Joachim Chua. Omar Hafez now with 6 game balls to take the second game.
No lets.
He's gone the wrong way there, Chris.
Handout 5-10 game ball.
Still with plenty of game balls, so not worth reviewing. Yeah, it's accurate there from Omar Hafez.
11-5,
He's
game
read
to
the boast
Hafez.
from Chua. He's got it into
One
that
game
front
all.
corner very quickly. So now Omar Hafez takes that second game 11-5, and we're deadlocked at 1 game apiece.
Trinity coach Moose Hamada talking things through with his men's number 1, Joachim Chua from Malaysia. In the midst of his junior year at Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Trinity College, the
15 seconds.
college squash powerhouse of the 21st century, really. 17-time national champions. Won 13 in a row.
Time. 1 game all, Hafez to serve.
And one of the up-and-coming programs in the
Love all.
CSA, winning their first national title last year.
The University of Pennsylvania starting to really churn out the players. Even players joining PSA Tour.
One love.
Just in terms of Ali Abu-Alainen, pushing on up close to the top 10 in the world now. Obviously, Andrew Douglas was a very good player up to about top 50 in the world. And probably Nick Spizzirri coming on tour next year.
Nick Spizzirri, I was lucky enough to go see my good friend and my boss with the National Squash League, Timmy Brownell, who took on Dylan Huang in the opening round of the Tournament of Champions over the
Yeah,
Harvard.
there you go, Dylan Huang as well.
Yeah, Dylan Huang able to muster a game against Timmy, playing some good squash. Could see him make a surge up the rankings in the years to come as well. So Penn's been churning out the players, but they're now starting to churn out the results.
Down.
Well, that is a big error from Joachim Chow.
Handouts.
The ball was right in his
2-1.
wheelhouse. Just get the feeling that Chow's starting to become increasingly frustrated with the pace of Hafez.
It's unsettling to play against,
Down.
especially with the lack of errors, and may have
Handouts,
jinxed Omar there
2-all.
before I even said anything, but the quality is so high at that pace. He's able to consistently get the ball to carry the back, walloping ball really halfway between the 10 and the service line, and just has this phenomenal weight of shot. He's able to chip it once in a while if he needs to, like he did there, but generally that's his chosen pace, and it really works for him. One thing about Hafez is when he gets that drop from the back going, it really is so consistent, where you didn't see it there, but generally speaking, it is bounce, fade into the sidewall perfectly every single time. It's a great working drop from the back that Hafez has. He is such a fun player to watch. We mentioned it at the top. Two smaller guys, 5'7" is Hafez, 5'4" is Chua. Not too much interference in the early going of this contest. Sure on the court well, Chris.
No, it's been good. It's been good. It's been really free flowing. Hasn't been a tremendous amount of rhythm though, and that's
Handouts.
certainly
3-2.
helped the cause of Omar Hafez. Joachim Chua needs the longer, steadier rallies to build the rhythm, to find areas to attack, while Hafez just trying to up the pace, trying to take things really early. Great. No rhythm situation.
Oh, this is a huge rally. Oh, style points for Hafez there. He's absolutely walloped it into the neck
4-2.
to cap off a brilliant rally. Oh, thanks for coming.
Well, there we see Francis Gregoire Marsh taking in the college squash. He's going to be coming up later this evening on Squash TV at 8:15 against Paul Call in the Tournament of Champions quarterfinals. couple good collegiate French players over the years. Mary Stephan, she played at University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Don't quote me on this, but I believe actually did win this event for the Quakers. Penn has not had a men's individual winner since 1977, however.
And that was Ned Edwards, wasn't it?
Oh, that's a great shout, Chris.
Yeah, to be fair, I cheated there. I heard I heard someone ask that question the other day.
Yeah, so Penn with 2 of the 3 left in this men's draw. They've got a good chance to do it this year. They could guarantee that if Hafez is able to come through this final semifinal.
5-2. Mr. Hafez, just be careful with your follow through on your backhand, please. 5-2.
Well, he's starting to look really sharp here. Oh my, Hafez. Really controlling the central area of the court. Oh, he's gone for it, Joachim Chua. Drilled it in there.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Chua.
Hand out, 3-5.
Little bit of a jump. Gets the angle just right, does Chua. Hanging around in the second game, the third game, I should say, but it's been all Hafez. There's the cross drop. Sends Omar the wrong way.
Well, he's battling here, Chua. Just trying to get himself back into this third game.
Chua slowing pace a little bit. Gorgeous technique on the backhand side. Chua really in no rush here. Just jockeying. Anticipates so well, does Chua. Oh, and there's a dive. Here we go. Oh, it's a huge rally. Hafez comes out on top. The dive elicits an error, and here's Celebrity Row at Grand Central. There's Gilly talking to his former player, Ali Abu Alaiman. Nur El Sherbini watches on. Jack Wyatt in the corner of your screen, the Penn women's coach.
6-4.
And look at that dive, Chris.
Down.
Omar bouncing around now.
Yeah, it's a massive error there from Joachim Chua.
7-4.
He was looking like he was going to level things out here, but Omar Hafez has started to really push on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a second win. Boost of adrenaline after that dive for Hafez, and it's really bouncing around the tee there. Looks very alert.
He's looking sharp here, Hafez. He's really far up the court. Oh, but that's a big squeeze from Joachim Chua. Just sliding around the side of this ball, taking all the pace off it. It's so gentle.
Yeah, a lot of cut on that forehand counter drop. It's his signature shot. Cannot give him anything loose in that front right corner. Oh, that's tight, and he's gone for the cross up the middle. Clever, but it doesn't work that time for Hafez. Did one of those yesterday in a crucial rally against Yale's Lachlan Sutton in the quarterfinals. Working to great avail. Oh, it's tight. This is really squash of the highest order, Chris.
That's a fantastic rally, this one. There's a little bit of everything. The attacks, changes in pace.
Down.
Oof. Yeah, it's an edgy error there from Hafez. He'd done the hard yards there. Just couldn't quite find a way.
6-7.
Matthias Knudsen in the crowd, and the red hoodie there watches on. One of the fastest rising stars on the pro squash scene. Played for 5 years at Drexel under John White, the former world #1. Oh, is that down?
Yeah, I think that was down.
The ball is down. The ball is down, yes. 7-all.
I think that was down. We'll get another look at it here, Jackson.
Yeah, we saw Hafez check with his corner. And
yeah, it was massively down.
Yes.
It was halfway down the 10.
Yep.
Well, it's always worth asking.
Gets the nod from Mr. Lane, and he says, sorry, let's reset. These two class acts, always
Yes,
clean
lads.
squash.
7-all.
As you said, very free-flowing between these two. 7-all, 1-all, nothing separating these two. A couple huge rallies coming up.
Well, Joachim Cho of Trinity has had to absorb a tremendous amount of pressure from Omar Hafez.
Gonna go through and play that for Chua. Oh.
Yeah, the counter drop, it was inch
Get
perfect.
out of town.
Can't get any finer than that, Jackson.
8-7.
Let's see that again. Picture perfect, take a bow. Joachim Chua. A massive roar from the Malaysian. Taking an 8-7 lead in the third.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit edgy there. Gilly Lane.
Gilly Lane.
Handouts.
And he needs
8-all.
a stick or two of gum there. Just something to chew on to take the edge off it.
Yeah, he loves the AirPods when he's coaching. I'm not sure if he has one in the opposite ear. We couldn't see from that angle, but
Mr. Choa, if you're not ready to serve, please be clear. Thank you. 8-all.
Oh, that's a
wow.
massive redirection from Joachim Choa.
It's a flick and a half.
Very clever angle.
Handouts. 9-8.
May need to see the doctor. Broken wrist could be the diagnosis. The pace has really picked up here. It's a bit frantic. Hafez is cleared well there. Dive, here we go.
He's off to the races here, Choa.
Gonna be plenty of content for the folks at Squash TV to clip from this match, and that's a brilliant dying length. The dive has paid off.
Well, Joachim
Chua putting on a show for the fans here in New York City.
10-8. Game ball.
Oh, look at that.
so much pace absorbed here from the Trinity Bantam.
Eat your heart out, Mr. Chua.
So now Joachim Choa with 2 game balls to take this 3rd game.
Great get once again. Hafez hanging in tough. It's a great comeback from Chua. Oh, that ball is just a little bit
Left
out of
box.
reach.
10-8, game ball.
Hafez will want stroke there, but I think the yes let's the right decision. Oh, dig.
Not up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's gone for that one, Jackson. He's whipped the boast around into the neck. 100% on purpose there, so one game ball saved by
Handouts,
Omar Hafez.
9-10 game ball.
Cut the tension with a knife, Chris. It's a massive rally. Who will blink first?
I think in this zone, Joachim Cho is just going to go very defensive, absorbing a lot of pace. Just waiting for an opportunity to counter.
Doesn't get tighter than that.
Yes, let's.
Oh,
Player
here comes the
review,
review.
Hafez, on the yes, let decision. Let's wait for the review, please.
Well, we're getting review here, Jackson. This is a big
Wait
one.
for the review.
Yeah,
I think
Hafez
it
wants
just
to
has,
offer an explanation.
yeah, it just has to do with the exaggerated backswing of Hafez. It was there to be played, really. So
Yeah, he can play whenever he wants, Chris. That's tough. Video referee is
Yeah,
going to have a
it's-
really difficult decision to make. That is close as can be. I feel that may just be a stroke.
yeah, it
Yes,
stays
let
as,
is given.
Yes,
stays as allowed.
let's.
It was,
Decision upheld. Hafez has
to
one
be honest,
review
it was,
remaining.
it was probably fortunate there, Hafez. There was a
Hafez
case
from
that
the
could have
right.
been a no lap.
9-10 game ball.
I feel he could have taken it early, Chris, but he's waited on it, and that's tough. Oh, wow, there's a squeeze. And he's maintained his composure. He was 2 game balls down.
10 all.
He
A
led
player
in the
must
middle
win by
stage of
2
the game.
points.
Survives a run from the Malaysian, and now we are knotted up at 10 all, win by 2 in the third.
Yeah, it's a clever angle there from Choa. Needs a big rally here, Joachim Choa, just to get the momentum back. All the air has gone out of his sails after losing those 2 game balls.
Oh, and he's clipped the 10 on the counter drop. It's been so successful for Chua all day, maybe showing some signs of fatigue. He's clipped the top of the 10.
11-10
Hafez
game
now,
ball.
after being 10-8 down with a game ball. I have a feeling this is going to be another long, long rally. Oh, and that's a squeeze for Hafez.
12-10 game to Hafez. Hafez leads 2 games to 1.
A big come on, and Omar Hafez, the 6th seed, takes a 2-1 lead over the Malaysian Joachim Chua. An incredible season for the Trinity Bantams. He's been in great form all week, but now is going to have to battle back from 2-1 down in this contest. A 22-minute third game as we're encroaching upon the hour mark. Omar Hafez leads 2 games to 1.
15 seconds.
What a game, Chris. 22 minutes. It's probably the best game of squash we've seen all day long. And Omar Hafez, number 3 for the University of Pennsylvania Quakers.
Time.
Junior out of Alexandria, Egypt.
Hafez leads 2 games to 1.
He's on the
Hafez to serve.
precipice of advancing to the
Love all.
individual national championship finals. Lost out last year in the quarterfinals to Cornell's Veer Chotrani, who went on to win the whole event. And he'll hope to meet his teammate Salman Khalil in the finals if he can win one of the next 2 games. Joachim Chua starting things off.
Handouts,
With a
1
nice
love.
piece of deception, some acknowledgement from Hafez. And here we go.
Well, he's certainly been the more positive of the 2. Omar Hafez really trying to push the pace. Joachim Chua just tensing on those big points right at the end of the 3rd game.
Oh.
2 love. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a blood injury. Play will resume as soon as possible.
Well, Joachim Chua just slipping there in the middle of the court and cutting the knee, so it's going to get time to just solve the bleeding.
There's Princeton Ibrahim representing with his Princeton gear, of course, alumni of Princeton University.
Yeah, he just caught the back end of Hafez's heel coming out here. Chua just slipping. Banging that knee quite hard on the ground there.
Ibrahim congratulating fellow Princeton Tiger, Zaina Zain, on her big win in our opening semifinal of the day. Had a 5-game war against Joel Macon, player who he's developed a bit of a rivalry with over last year or 2.
Well, we just see the PSA physio Lawrence Leonard right there in the mix of things. Getting the
PSA
black
Commissioner
rubber gloves
Harry Smith
out,
there.
getting Joachim Chua bandaged up.
So. Musabata giving his player some space. Joachim is tough as nails. He's not going to let this stop him.
Just so you all know what's going on, this is a contributed blood injury, which means that there was body contact and now there's blood. So that actually, the referee has a little discretion, but basically as much time as needed to get the blood to stop flowing. So Brady will probably be a few minutes. It looks like he cut his knee when he hit the floor on his knee. So it looks like he may reopen it. So I think they will get it under control relatively quickly. Thanks for bearing with us. Thank you for being here today. It's our first time having the semifinals of the NFL Leaders in Grand Rapids Station. We're going to get bigger and better every year we do it here. We're really excited to be here. Thank you all for being here.
Omar Hafez back on court trying to stay warm. He's 10 points away for booking a spot in the individual national championship finals. Such a prestigious event that so many great players have partaken in. The likes of the aforementioned Ali Alain, Andrew Douglas, Dylan Wong, Harvard's Timmy Brownell, Spencer Lovejoy from Yale. Of course, Ali Farag from Harvard, as well as Amanda Sobey, who's a 4-time individual national champion. Sabrina Sobey. And here's once again where the injury occurred. An accidental trip.
Well, it's good to see we're really going to the next level. We've got the fire department in there just assisting Lawrence. They always respond very quickly to the 911 calls, the fire department. So just in case Lawrence didn't have it under control, they've come to just help bandage up Joachim Choa's knee. Omar Afe is back on court now, trying to keep the ball warm. It's actually quite a challenging scenario, this, because the ball will go very, very dead. It's already that point of the match where it can start to go spongy, and this is one of those scenarios where there could be a massive momentum swing when the players retake the court.
Yeah, Chris, if you're in Hafez's corner in a situation like this, are you talking to him? Are you letting him go through his own process? What would you be saying to the Princeton, or excuse me, the Penn #3 in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have a little chat with him, just make sure he's on point with the tactics, and then just let him be. He's, you know, he's really got the bit between his teeth today. He's playing absolutely fabulously. We see Gilly Lane looking marginally more relaxed.
Marginally is a good word.
Yeah, I mean,
Musamada, cool as a cucumber, always.
We have Noel Sherbini's father here as well, join the squash. Jack Wyant there to the left of Ali Abu-Alainen, looking very sharp.
Jack Wyant, many, many years at the University of Pennsylvania. He's coached the men, he's coached the women, he's coached both right now. The head coach of the women's team, Penn. Could be primed to have one of their best years in a long time on the women's side as well. The men ranked #1 in the nation right now. The woman trailing a few spots behind, I want to say 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. Correction, 4th, apologies. And of course, Jack does a lot of helping out with the men's team. Had a huge role for the first half of the season while Penn was searching for a new assistant coach. Their previous assistant, Stuart Crawford, taking the job as the New England national team coach, working with the Sherbagis and Nick Wall and Nathan Lake and the like, Curtis Malik, Jonah Bryant. And of all the people that Penn could hire, they've gone for Goose Detter, the Trinity squash legend, one of the great players in CSA history, for Trinity under Paul Asiante in the prime of Trinity's undefeated run. And he's joined the Penn assistant coaching staff as of January 1st. Not in attendance for today's match because he's back in Philly practicing with the rest of the Penn team. Penn has a couple big matchups coming up this weekend against Harvard and Dartmouth, so Goose getting the team primed.
Yeah, but surely he's watching on Squash TV. He was always a big fan of Squash TV when he was playing at Trinity, Gustav Detter.
Chris, if you had any crazy stoppages in your career, whether it was you being hurt or an opponent being hurt, or any stories surrounding unexpected stoppages in play?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some, there've certainly been some interesting scenarios with the stoppages. They're always awkward though, because they can really change the momentum. It's, to be honest, now with the way the blood rules changed on the PSA Squash Tour, it's a little bit more generous where as long as it's not flowing, you play on. It used to be really quite aggressive, the rule where if the blood showed through the bandage, it was like you were sent off. So you get players almost trying to get you sent off with, you know, just a speck of red coming through white tape, and you're having to black it out with ink and stuff to make sure no one could see it. So it's become a little bit more sensible now, which I think is good, and it's forcing the players to play through some of these scenarios if they're not too bad. I mean,
got a full bandage there for Chua. Hafez coming over to have a look at what's going on in the Trinity corner. He's chomping at the bit to get back on court here.
Yeah, I think this scenario, though, with Chua is he's reopened an old cut that was healing over, and those can be a little bit tricky. So it's not like he has just a little nick in the knee.
There was making sure that the bandage or leg, which you'll see in a second, is going to stay, and we should be getting back up the way. Here he is.
Well, there we see some of Joachim Chua's Trinity teammates.
Matteo Rispetto on the left fell victim to Solomon Khalil in the opening round of the individual event. It was a last-minute addition to the draw. He's actually the 1 seed for the B draw of this event. Salah El Torgman of Western Ontario pulled out at the last minute, got called up to the A draw, and put up a good fight against Solomon. Matteo playing number 3 for the Trinity Bantams this year from Colombia.
Handouts,
Yeah, they tend
1-all.
Follow Squash TV very closely, the Trinity Bantams, with so many former players over the years featuring on the PSA Squash Tour.
Milo Vargas, former Trinity legend.
Yeah, well, we've restarted play. I do think this stoppage potentially could benefit Joachim Chua. Just stops the momentum of Omar Hafez. Obviously with Chua being so defensive-minded, just absorbing the pace.
His movement does look a twinge slow here. We'll see if that's just him warming back up, getting back into the swing of things, but Hafez not rushing anything. He's pinning Chua in the back corners, testing the waters to see if Chua's struggling with his movement. That's a beautiful kill, and Hafez with a massive fist pump. He's trying to stay locked in here. It's a tall task for the Egyptian. He's weathering the storm.
Trying to settle things out here, Chua.
Down.
Oh, that's a massive error. The shot was on there.
It was a loose shot from off as he boxed him out, had the position.
3-1.
Does seem like the hands have gone a little bit for both these players. Trying to get their rhythm back.
Hafez not quite pushing the pace like he was earlier in the game. Just being a bit more content to let the ball go to the back corners. Yeah, it's aggressive from Chua. Just gotten on that ball really early, coming across it, slicing it down.
Handouts, 2-3.
Yeah, he's looking to get that ball to bounce twice before the sidewall. It's a clever choice from the Malaysian. Cuts the deficit to 1.
Yeah, it's clever angle there from Hafez. He's gotten on the ball really early, whipping in the trickle boast.
4-2.
Important point there. It just takes him back to that 2-point cushion. Those cushions are important for Hafez because they allow him to just be a little bit more relaxed in his attacking.
I am so impressed with Omar Hafez here, Chris, to maintain his composure through the stoppage. He's the underdog in this contest, and he has played at an outrageous level. The consistency has been fantastic. He's kept the ball above the 10. And he's really dominating the tee at this juncture in the match. This is a huge rally. If he can take a 5-2 lead, he's going to find himself in really good position here. It's a huge rally. All these players feeling it now. Heavy legs. That's a good dig from Chua. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's great reaction from Chua.
Wow.
He's snatched at it. He's found a way to get it to the opposite side of the court. Yeah, the Trinity boys like that one.
Hands from Chua, these two gladiators.
Handouts, 3-4.
Will not say die. We had a 22-minute third game. We had a stoppage at 1-all. We're pushing on towards or maybe just past the hour mark here.
4-all.
Yeah, it's a massive squeeze there from Joachim Chua. Tell you what, he has responded absolutely marvelously coming off that blood injury. Took a rally or two to find his range, but he's really relaxed into it. Yeah, it's good response though from Hafez. He's gotten up the court, gotten into that front corner quicker.
Handout, 5-4.
Perfect 1-2 punch. There you see the dying length. It's an amazing get from Chua, and the counter drop is just too good. Hafez putting Chua on the diagonal. Regaining the lead here in game number 4.
Yes, let's. Player review, Hafez on the yes-let decision. Mr. Hafez, wait for the review, please.
Yeah, we're gonna get another look at this one.
I was already on the way. And he hit me.
That's true. Chua has read that well.
Yeah, I think this is just gonna stay as, it's gonna stay as a let, Jackson. I mean, it was average shot, and the only thing is Chua is coming from very far back in the court.
Yes, let's. Decision upheld. Hafez has no reviews remaining. Hafez from the right, 5-4. It was felt that he did appeal in time and there was sufficient contact. 5-4.
I think it's the right choice. Hafez out of reviews now. He'll get one back if this does go to a 5-gamer.
5-4.
He's naked for now. Serving 5-4 up in this 4th game.
Oh. Down.
Yeah, he's absolutely misjudged that one. He's trying to do way too much with the ball.
Yeah.
Handout, 5-all.
Spanked that one into the floor.
It's really the first silly tactical choice we've seen from Omar all day. That was not the time to go for that shot. He's been so sound with his shot selection.
Yeah, it's better from Chua. Much more relaxed, really letting the arm go there. So
6-5.
Really heating up now, Jackson.
Yeah, Hafez is really feeling this. Couple long rallies in this game. Oh, maybe a little cramp. No, he looks all right.
Stroke to Hafez.
Yeah, just a poor line there from Chua.
Handouts, 6-all.
Game to 5 here for Hafez. Can he close this out? Oh, that's that beautiful
Stroke
working
Hafez.
drop from the back that we talked about. It elicits the loose
7-6.
shot from Chua, a stroke. 4 more points for Hafez, rather.
Yeah,
Oh, the
accurate
ball
there. From,
softened up here. Players probably putting an extra 20% on these shots. The ball is really softened up.
oh, he's misjudged it ever so slightly. Joachim Chua done the hard work. He had Hafez on the run there.
8-6.
So that's a massive point for Hafez because it brings him 2 points clear.
Omar can taste it. It's on the cusp of an upset here at Grand Central. An all-pen final on the men's side may be in store.
It's tight. Tight work there along that backhand side wall.
Yes, let's.
Can you have court service, please?
Court service, please.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
A court service back right really quickly.
Hafez wants to play on here.
Is there a
Chua
fallen
wants to
object
play
in the
on
front
here.
left? Thank you. Hafez from the right, 8-6.
Chua trying to shoo off the court service. He wants to play on. Now taking a moment to reset here. Hafez 2 points clear of the Malaysian #1 for the Trinity Bantams, Joachim Chua, the #2 overall seed in this event.
Down.
Yeah, it's a bit of a lackluster error there from Joachim Chua. He's starting to run out of ideas.
9-6.
So Omar Hafez of the University of Pennsylvania pushing on.
Cracks in the foundation for Chua. Hafez can smell it.
There, it's coming, it's coming. Yeah, he was going for the big finish there. Couldn't quite pull it off, Hafez.
No, that's.
Oh!
Yeah, it's a little bit of inexperience there from
Handout,
Omar Hafez, and he
7-9.
doesn't have a review
No
to be able to
reviews.
review it. It's one of those where, yeah, there was plenty of room to play this ball.
Yeah, these players really having to overhit this. The ball is incredibly dead. Surely there'll be a ball change after this game if we get there.
Yes, let's. 7-9.
Well, very fine margin here for Joachim Chua. There's no margin for error here. Let's be very careful, because if he gives it Hafez anything loose, Hafez is going to attack it.
Oh. Hafez went for the cross fading kill there, but completely misjudged it. The ball has thrown everything out of sorts here. This is excellent retrieval from Chua.
He's having to do him.
Video referee decision on Choa's appeal.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one.
Like
Fez has caught Chua in the face here with the elbow as he's going through. I think it just comes down to what the quality of Hafez's shot was. For me, it's certainly
like
going to be a lat.
Yeah.
It was a pretty average shot through the service box area.
In the center of the service box, there's clear interference on the tee through the follow through there. I don't think the ball was quite close enough to be a stroke. I think that actually seems like a pretty cut and dry yes lat. Oh wow, he's given the stroke. What say you on that, Chris?
Contact warning, Hafez, dangerous play. Mr. Hafez, I need you to be careful on that follow through, please.
Oh, interesting.
Choa from the left, 8-9.
Hafez does have a big swing on the backhand.
Well, we see Noel Sherbini there looking on rather perplexed with a decision.
This is such
Didn't seem to be a huge
rally,
fan.
Chris.
Joaquim Choa fighting to stay alive here. Just get the feeling that Hafez is going to go for something.
Very patient from both parties. Neither looking to be the one to force the issue. Here's the chance for Hafez, and he's clipped the 10, 9-all.
That is a massive, massive error from Omar Hafez. It was an edgy error. He knew that was a massive opportunity. He just tried to cut it way too fine.
Drama from the Big Apple. Chua looking to force a 5th game following the blood injury. We're well over the hour mark in this final semifinal contest.
Steady rally here from Trinity's Chua. Very patient.
Great discipline on display from both players. Oh, wow, and he's dug that back. Oh, wow. It's a squeeze and a half from the Egyptian.
Well, Omar Hafez now with his first match ball to take himself into the finals tomorrow.
Quick to the service box. He wants to keep the pace up. That's dying. That's tight. Gilly Lane on the edge of his seat. Shirley. Spin move from Chua.
Good play here from Hafez, keeping it tight along the side walls.
Another lengthy rally. Oh, that's tight, and we play on, Chris.
Well, Joaquim Choa saving a match ball.
Handout, 10-all.
So
a player
Like
must win by
Saquon
2
Barkley
points.
of the Philadelphia Eagles with that spin move.
Well, he's pushed on here into a tiebreak. Joaquim Choa been very patient. Trinity Bantam just needs to make sure he doesn't leave anything loose around the middle, because anything around that service box area, Hafez is going to attack mercilessly.
Yes, let's.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just the slightly exaggerated ask from Omar Hafez. Just pushing Chua into that ball, trying to sell it.
That's experienced refereeing.
Down.
Oh, no.
Massive, massive error from Omar Hafez. So now Joaquim
11-10
Choa
game ball.
with his first game ball to take us into a pivotal 5th game. Needs to keep his head here, Hafez.
Oh, it's a great day.
Yes, let's.
Boy, he's lucky there. He's lucky there, Chua.
Player review.
Could
Choa
easily be a
on the
no
yes
lad.
decision.
I wouldn't be reviewing this, to be honest. He could very potentially stitch himself up here. Gonna get another look at this. Yeah, this is a dangerous one to review.
That ball has come back.
This could easily get overturned to a no
I
lad.
don't know if there's enough there to overturn it, Chris. That ball has come back. It is loose. It's a great piece of retrieving. Hafez has done his best to clear. I don't know if he can play that ball. Yeah.
Yes,
gonna
let's.
stay as a lad.
Decision upheld. Choa has 1 review remaining. 11-10 game ball.
I think Chua's thought process there was he's going to get another review if it goes into a 5th game. So he might as well use it, but it's a dangerous one to use in that scenario. Oh, it's tight there from Chua. Oh, he's going for it. He's just missed it. Just missed the angle there.
Handouts, 11 all.
You don't love this. You don't love college squash. This has lived up to all the hype and then some. The quality has been incredibly high for both players. They both deserve a spot in the finals, but only one can make it there. Joachim Chua looking to force a 5th game. Omar Hafez looking to put the Malaysian away. Both these players have to be feeling it, but they're extending these rallies. Playing incredibly disciplined squash, picking their spots well. It's been a joy to watch. Thought Chua was going to go for the nick there. He's gone with the deep cross instead, and on we go.
Just get the feeling. That's a massive squeeze in the back corner from Omar Hafez. So he takes him to his 2nd match ball here.
12-11 match ball.
Gilly Lane so far on the edge of his seat. He's about to fall over if he's not careful. Hafez wanted that one badly. Chua now on the defense. Good on Hafez to play that ball. It's tight. Oh, Hafez in control. Oh, there's the post! The dive, and he stuck it in!
Oh, he's battling to stay in this, Chua. Yeah, these are some very heavy movements.
Oh, if he's able to come through the... He's done it!
Video referee, can we check the movement earlier in the rally, please?
Oh, wow. So Paul Alexander going to the video referee to check Omar Hafez's movement earlier in the rally, just to see if he impeded Joachim Chua.
Drama from the Grand Central Terminal. Both players looking to the review screen. Chua doubled over a rare sight.
Before the review starts,
No, no.
the interference and play the ball. Back in the court, please.
Well, here we go. We're getting a look at it.
Would love to have a look at
Yeah, I'm
the
not
pen corner right now.
Well, I'm not sure much can really be done, to be honest, Jackson, because at no point in this did Joachim Chua ask for a lap.
He's played through,
And there were instances of interference, but there was nothing absolutely massive.
13-11,
Well, there
match
it
to
is. Omar
Hafez,
Hafez
3
has
games to
booked
1.
himself into tomorrow's final.
11-8.
it's a massive roar from the
11-5.
Egyptian. What a run.
12-10.
The number 6 overall seed. He takes down Joachim Chua, who's had such an impressive season for the Trinity Bantams.
Could we have another hand for Trinity Joachim Chua, please?
Hafez has gone through so much over the last month on and off the court. It's brilliant to see him come through here. He's battled his heart out. He deserves every ounce of this. He's a class act. He's one of the most exciting players in the country, one of the great talents in the country. We're in
Omar,
store for an all-time final
congratulations. That
tomorrow.
was a very tight match all the way up to the end. But I want to turn to your teammate, who you're going to be playing in the finals tomorrow, because in his interview, he said that he thought that you were rooting for him more than you were rooting for yourself. But now you're going to be playing him. So tell me how that works.
So, of course, I'm so happy for Salman, of course, to make the final. He's one of the best players in college squash, maybe the best. And we are teammates. We are like dominating the college squash right now. And Nick Spizzeri, the top three of us, one of the best players. And yeah, like for me, to be honest, I'm really happy. I'm gonna fight tomorrow for the trophy, of course. But the best thing that both of us, whoever is gonna win, is gonna get the trophy back home to Penn. So that's the most important thing.
Can we just talk about your match with Joachim for a second, because he's really good and you guys were all over each other, and tell me sort of like what it means to come through in a match that's that close.
Yeah, so Joachim, we grew up together in juniors. We played so many times in juniors. He's such a rival to me, and he's so good and so talented. As you saw, he picks up every ball. And we played last March in Nationals final, and I won in 4. Also, it was the same scenario. The match took like an hour and a half. So I always enjoy playing against Joachim on court. I love it, and I wish him all the best.
Well, Omar, you're a class act, and what you said about rooting for your teammate, we're going to see tomorrow. But no matter what, there will be a Penn victor. Congratulations.
And of course, I want to thank all my coaches, Gilly Lane, Jack Wyant, Salman, my teammate, Nick Spizzeri, Dana Sentry, all my teammates. Of course, the athletic department that came here from Penn, Rudy and Joey, and all the crowd that came back to Penn. And of course, one of the best players in the world on my side, Noor El-Sherbini, Rowan Al-Arabi, and Ali Abu, that Ali recruited me here to Penn. So I'm really glad that they're on my side. So thank you so much.
You're a class act all the way. We'll see you tomorrow. Omar Hafez, everybody. Omar Hafez.
Gilly Lane looking on like a proud father. He's emotional, and it's for good reason. The individual national title on the men's side will come home to Philadelphia this year. It's a Penn-on-Penn matchup in the finals. Brilliant from Omar Hafez. He comes through in a marathon 4-game match. The match of the day, there's no doubt about that, against Trinity's Joachim Chua. 3 games to 1, Chris. What a battle. You see the emotion.
13-11, match to Hafez, 3 games to 1, 11-8. 8-11.
Well, an absolutely marvelous day of college squash here from Grand Central. On the women's side of things, we saw Zainazine of Princeton take out Cornell's Yi Jinying. And then in the second semifinal, we had Stanford's Ria Navani upset Columbia's #2 seed, Chen Sen-yuk. And then on the men's side of things, we saw the top seed from the University of Pennsylvania, Salman Khalil, defeat Yale's Tad Carney, and we just witnessed University of Pennsylvania's Omar Hafez defeat Trinity's Joachim Chow. Well, please join us tomorrow for the finals of the CSA Intercollegiate Championships, live from Grand Central Terminal in New York, starting at 1:30 p.m.
What a day. Thank you, Chris. And what a day of college squash. Looking forward to 2 outstanding finals tomorrow, right back here on Squash TV from Grand Central Station.